after membership, either as an upfront cost or an ongoing membership fee. But the actual usage cost is not that high. And as far as the city goes, what we're going to be doing as part of this, since the companies are the ones that are actually providing the vehicles to supply for this program, we're going to be providing these on-street and off-street spaces free of charge during the one-year pilot program. The only cost to the companies will be a one-time cost to actually sign and mark the reserve spaces.
You mentioned that the idea has been around since the 90s, and the two best-known, supposedly for-profit companies were both formed in 1999. What other cities has this been tried in? Has it been very successful there yet?
It's been tried in on the West Coast, San Francisco, Seattle, Portland. There are some campuses like UCLA and USC in Los Angeles where it's currently in operation. It ranges, there's about, I think, 17, 18 U.S. cities where this is operational right now. Washington, D.C. is actually one of the bigger operations in the country.
In fact, I think it's also been in London and a couple of Canadian cities as well. This is really an international idea.
It actually started overseas in Europe.
How long will the pilot program run here in Los Angeles, and what happens after the pilot program?
Well, we intend to start the pilot program in February of 2008 and run it for a year. And approximately a month before the end of the program, we're going to take the data that we will have collected throughout the course of the one-year pilot, analyze it, and then make a recommendation as to what we should do with for the future of car sharing in Los Angeles.
Well, that's the end of the program, or at least the pilot part of the program. When will it actually begin?
It actually begins, like I said, in February of 2008. That's when we'll start the pilot program.
I mentioned briefly the possibility there might be some cost involved with the city. What will the city contribute? What is the city's participation in this partnership?
The main thing is that we're actually going to be converting public parking spaces in our off-street lots and on-street spaces. Some of those will be metered spaces that will be converted to 24/7 reserved parking spaces for these car-sharing vehicles.
That brings up some interesting questions. What if, when the car is in use, somebody comes and tries to park in that space? And another thing that occurs to me, what about street sweeping?
Okay, well, both of those we've thought of. First of all, the spaces will be reserved with fines established for violating those spaces. In other words, for any non-car sharing vehicle parking in those spaces. So we have yet to consider whether we actually be towing vehicles from those spaces or not, but we will definitely have a stiff fine for parking in those spaces if you're not the authorized car sharing vehicle. As far as street sweeping, what we intend to do is make the companies responsible for keeping the street clear around their parking spaces if it's on a street cleaning route, and we will probably modify the signage so it's not specifically within the street cleaning area, so it's not a street cleaning violation if it's parked there on those days, but the companies will be responsible for keeping that area clean themselves.
And as for the other half of the partnership, the companies that would be involved, would it be just one company for the whole city? Would you have companies bidding on the opportunity? And by the way, in looking into this, it's my understanding that starting in a new city is usually a money-losing proposition for the first several years.
Well, that's part of the reason why we're doing the pilot the way we're doing it. We realize that in looking at the literature, the reason that most of these companies lose money in the first 3 years, really there's two main reasons. One is the cost of securing the parking spaces. A lot of times they have to go to private parking lot operators and pay them for the right of having that reserved space. The other thing is just the doing the advertising and building the customer base or the membership base. And so we're saying we're going to take care of the cost aspects of it because we're going to provide these spaces free of charge.
And finally, what is the decision variable that says this was a success, let's expand it citywide, and let's go out and get some more cars on the road?
Those are measures that we're still looking into. We're researching some of the research literature right now to see how they've measured it. Factors that have been looked at in the past were number of how people's driving patterns and car ownership patterns changed as a result of becoming members of this organization. Did they make fewer trips in their own cars? Did they actually choose not to buy a second car? Did they even sell off a second car as a result of being a member of this organization? So patterns and changes in patterns of auto ownership and driving these other primary vehicles instead of taking the car sharing vehicle.
Ambitious project. We'll see how well it succeeds. Hope it does. Transportation engineer Alan Willis, thanks for joining us on Council Week in Review.
Thank you for having me here.
And joining us now by phone is District 11 Council Member Bill Rosendahl. Mr. Rosendahl, thank you for joining us on Council Week in Review.
My pleasure, Jack.
We watched you and your colleagues vote unanimously in support of the car share pilot program. Obviously, you believe the program is going to work, but how much of an impact do you think it will really have on citywide traffic?
Well, time will tell. Every little bit helps. You know, the city's program that we're looking at will be a pilot program. It's a wonderful public-private partnership to make car-sharing vehicles more accessible to Angelenos. You know, car sharing enables users to rent a car by the hour whenever they need it. Independent studies and car share companies report that each shared car can take between 10 and 20 private cars off the road, which reduces the crunch on parking, reduces gridlock, and reduces air pollution emissions. You know, I was in Washington, D.C., somewhere in the last year or so, and they have the program in operation. And I was thrilled that we were able to move quickly with it, get unanimous support from our colleagues. Hopefully we'll do 4 model demonstration projects starting in February, and I put in a bid to have one in my district.
In fact, Washington is one of the places where it's been most successful. It's been around the longest. And a lot of people there, and I think you can back this up, find that it is much less expensive to go with this kind of a program than owning a car, paying insurance, maintenance, and all that.
Sure. If you're doing quick trips here or there and you don't want to buy a car, I urge you not to buy a car. You know, either walk or do something like this if it's that kind of a convenient opportunity. And I picked a place in Venice already on Windward that I would like to have it stop there because Venice, you know, we get 1 million people coming to Venice every year, so much gridlock to get there. And when local folks from, say, Hollywood want to go to Venice, well, they could go in one of those cars and take it and park it there and use the beach. And just think, 10 or 20 private cars off the road. Every little bit helps.
In fact, I think you mentioned on the meeting of October 30th several areas in Venice you'd like to see the program. Any other places in your district?
Well, of course, I don't want to be hoggish about it. It needs to be spread out throughout the whole city so that other places in other districts can also experience it. But my first and most exciting location is Venice, but there are other areas too.
You mentioned a few moments ago the issue of parking, and of course that's one of the great advantages, and some people see it as an actual distraction from the program, but these cars don't take up as many parking spaces as those other 30 that you mentioned.
Well, that's the whole point. First, the parking spaces. Second is the gridlock on the highway. Anything we can do to give us any form of relief is critical.
And as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, it involves picking up a car that's parked in a specific spot, and when you're done with it, bringing it back to that same spot.
Sometimes it means that. Sometimes it means you leave it at another spot, and they've coordinated a system for somebody else to pick that up and take it to the next place.
Sounds like a very interesting system, and let's hope it works as well as you and your colleagues think.
Well, you know, it's certainly worth the try. We're in such paralysis here, such gridlock here. Anything is better than our present condition.
Well, obviously, L.A. infamous for its traffic congestion, but there have been some short-term solutions put in place recently as well. You've gotten, for example, some left turn lanes to help with District 11 traffic. How's that working out?
Well, to give you the story, a year ago, I stood at the corner of Venice and Lincoln, one of the most gridlocked areas, and I announced my West Side anti-gridlock plan. It includes left-hand turn signals, an estimated $3 million I'm putting into that for 32 signal improvements within the district. The monies, by the way, which was a total of $11 million, I found in development pots just sitting there. And I said, my God, if I can pull that out and actually do traffic relief things, I'm going to do it. So to give you a little status of it, we have 4 left-hand turn signals completed. We have 3 turns in construction, 6 left turns planned phase designed to be completed, and 5 left phases under review by DO2. So the rest are in the initial planning stages. Just to tell you how that worked, we did one. I was up in the Brentwood Palisades area just now, a couple of days ago, and cut a ribbon for one that we did up there, and it was with Mandeville Canyon, which was one of my 12 dirty dozen. Finally, after 23 years, I'm told they've been screaming for it, we took $2.7 million and we ended up putting in a left-hand turn signal. We ended up realigning the construction and widening Sunset Boulevard. We installed continuous left-hand turn, right pocket. We installed new concrete driveways. We put in access ramps, detectable warnings. When I went there to cut the ribbon, there were 20 local leaders from the 3 different Mandeville Canyon associations just hurrahing for some relief, and we gave it to them. I put one at the corner of Bundy and Pico. Everybody knows that's a corner that needed a left-hand turn signal. Well, I did one the other day with the mayor at Manchester and Airport, and I did one before that over at Cantor and Sunset. So I got 4 of them done. Everybody in those particular areas are thrilled, but that's just a part of it. That's the left-hand turn signals. Then I'm going forward and taking $550,000 for what I call Boulevard Master Plan studies of Sepulveda, Olympic, Pico, Santa Monica, and Venice Boulevards to look at what can we do from a master plan standpoint that would include mass transit, land use planning, and streetscape studies. That is another exciting one. The bicycle people, I took $200,000 for bicycle and pedestrian transit plans in our district. Projects that are still under consideration, but moving forward is this Century Boulevard medium enhancement project. The first thing people see when they come to LA is Century Boulevard. This is a $1.2 million project that will extend landscaping mediums from Aviation to La Cienega. Then we have the Sepulveda Boulevard Street Improvement Project. This is a huge project in Westchester. $11.6 million is involved in that, and that's money that's come over the years, and this will affect all kinds of things besides widening things and making it more accessible, mediums, turn lanes, left-hand turn signals, and all of that. And so that's happening. And then you might have noticed the other day the mayor and Jack Weiss and I were on Sepulveda, and we talked about that particular part of Sepulveda from Wilshire all the way up to Mulholland area there, where you go into the Mulholland Tunnel, and we put in a reversible lane strategy that will be completed in a year, and we're widening that, and we're doing more left-hand turn pockets so that the flow from the valley to the other side of the hill in the morning runs better than it has, and then in the afternoon, the reversible lane going through that little tunnel will be 2 lanes going into the valley. So those little things all begin to add up and show what I call immediate relief, and the long-term planning in even my immediate relief are stuff like the Green Line. I mean, I can't imagine, and I still haven't gotten a straight answer on this, why the Green Line stopped a mile and a half from LAX by 1994. They just stopped it, and that was it. And well, I'm putting that back in a real active state. We'll be able to get that Green Line into LAX as we do the modernization of LAX, which is another good story there. But once we get that plug of a light rail into the airport, all the other dreams of light rail and all the other realities of light rail can hook into that. So finally a person can get off of a plane, get on a people mover, get on the Green Line, and go where they need to go. So I'm real excited about these projects.
Well, I'm excited about it, too, as somebody who has trouble getting to and from the airport. All that going on, and you haven't even mentioned smart crosswalks.
Well, they are absolutely smart. I mean, I'm working on one right now on Abbott Kinney Boulevard. We have a few already in the district. And, I think one thing that happened just kind of real quickly, we're at red lights where you see now it times out, says 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. It even gives a motorist a sensing of the light and what status it's at. That's part of the synchronizing of the lights program. The governor was here the other day. $150 million is going into that, and we'll end up having all of our lights synchronized in the cities. You get them synchronized, you get in your smart walk, you get in your left-hand turn signals, and wow, that is relief.
Of course, you also sit on the Budget and Finance Committee, and as long as we have a chance to talk with you, major issue in the news lately, the telephone users tax, the TUT. How important, in your view, is that in terms of services to the residents of Los Angeles?
It's as critical as it gets. This has been a part of our budget year after year. I don't think our listeners and viewers know that our budget of $6.7 billion, there's roughly $300 million in that budget that we on the City Council can actually make policy decisions on it. The rest is fixed. It is fixed by lots of things, police and fire and employees and health care.
Well, and debt service, too, of course.
And all of those things. That's right. You add that all up, we have about $300 million that we can work on in specific ways. The mayor has put out a directive to all the departments to look at cuts, look at cutting back. I'm very worried about some of that because I don't want to see basic services cut back. I want to see the parks open. I want to see the libraries open. I want to see the streets swept. I want to make sure we have enough money to do basic services. If we lose that $270 million that we've been relying on for years now, we'll not be able to do basic services. So I'm glad it's on the ballot, and I'm hopeful that the people will realize this isn't a game, this isn't a gimmick, this is something to keep the budget functioning so we can do basic services.
You sometimes refer to yourself as the new kid on the block. Are you having as much fun as a council member, as much fun as it sounds like you're having right now?
Oh, I really am. I mean, I've been a television guy. I did 16 years of television. I've been a cable executive for 22 years. I mean, I've been in the private sector, and as I was hitting my 60th birthday, I said, what next can I do in my life? And I said, why don't I run for office? And I actually won 2 days after I turned 60. So at this point in my life, it's so exciting to be 62, every day learning new things, every day being able to feel you can make a difference in people's lives. It's interesting sitting around the horseshoe with 14 other personalities to interact with, working with the mayor and the city attorney. We only go around once, and if you get an opportunity to make a difference, you get an opportunity to make the world a better place, why not give it a shot? And I'm having a blast doing that.
Well, it sure sounds like it, and we look forward to having you here in studio so we can talk about that and a lot of other things. Thanks so much, Councilman.
That would be a pleasure, Jack. Looking forward to that.
Thank you. District 11 Councilmember Bill Rosendahl joining us on Council Week in Review. And again, your Los Angeles City Council voted unanimously to approve the Car Share pilot program. Watch Council Week in Review for highlights of the week's council meetings and listen for item numbers associated with those discussions you have an interest in. Then go to the World Wide Web and listen to those discussions in their entirety using the new City of Los Angeles Video on Demand feature. Visit the city's website at lacity.org and just follow the instructions on the screen. Now, if you have suggestions or comments about any of the programs you see here on Channel 35 or would like to receive a free viewer guide, call our viewer hotline at 213-473-3978. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending November 2nd, 2007. On behalf of Ephraim Monavat and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith. I live in LA. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
To Hollywood Santa Parade, Sunday, November 25th at 5 p.m. at Hollywood and Highland. Call 866-PARADE-1 for more information. Rosendahl, and Zine. And good morning, Los Angeles. Welcome to the City Council meeting for Friday, November 9th, 2007. We are here in the John Ferraro Council Chambers, room 340 of City Hall. We meet here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. The first Friday of the month we meet in Van Nuys City Hall, but otherwise we are here in Council Chambers. We want to welcome our viewers on Channel 35, where we are broadcast live through the city's cable system and rebroadcast each evening. We're also available online at lacity.org, where you can catch live streaming webcast videos of our council meetings and also archived footage online of our past council meetings. Finally, you can always use your telephone through council phone at 621-CITY, that's 213-621-CITY, and you can listen to our council proceedings or any of our committee meetings as well. As per custom on Fridays, we have presentations to community notables to mark specific holidays and occasions and heroes in our community. And as such, I'd like everybody to please, if they could, we have a lot of conversations going on inside the room. If we could ask Sergeants at Arms help for asking people to either take their conversations outside or to keep them to a minimum. And I'll give everybody a little shh. And we'd like to recognize Councilwoman Jan Perry for the first presentation this morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And before I get into my presentation, I would just like to welcome my friends and visitors from Main Street Elementary School. They're visiting our chambers today. So let's give them a big hand. There they are. Thank you for visiting. Now, and I hope you'll stay for a minute because this is a good lesson in history for all of you. Today, it's with great pleasure that I recognize retired Superior Court Judge William Beverly for his efforts to tell the story and the history of the African American community in South Los Angeles. In April of 2000, Bill came to realize that the history of the African American community had begun to disappear from public memory. Taken aback by this realization, he began taking video histories of as many African American pioneers and their descendants as he could find. After 60 hours of video and over 20 hours of oral histories and several public presentations, he decided to create the Eighth and Wall organization to help further his efforts. By creating Eighth and Wall, he hoped to present to the general public the history, the culture of African Americans in Los Angeles through art, literature, and the media. He believes that many Angelenos are aware of Central Avenue's significance as a jazz mecca, though most are unaware of the stories of regular African Americans whose daily lives revolved around the businesses, churches, and homes of the South Los Angeles community. To share their history and significance to the community, he has collected the stories of 8 East Siders on video, former residents of the Central Avenue corridor who represent a diversity of backgrounds and experiences. These stories will be edited into a 60-minute video that will also include still photos of significant neighborhood sites and images of the neighborhood as it is today. Among those to be interviewed are Halvor Miller, the nephew of civil rights attorney Lauren Miller, who participated in the monumental civil rights cases. For example, Brown versus the Board of Education and Shelley versus Kramer. This video will be a tremendous opportunity for all of us to learn about a time in African American history in Los Angeles in which a community thrived despite discrimination and racism. So I want to thank William Beverly and the Eighth and Wall organization for their commitment to sharing the stories and history, a history that belongs to all of us, and we all should care. And thank you for reminding us that we need to preserve the history of all cultures for future generations like the young people who are visiting here with us today, so that our stories, our histories, and our past are not forgotten. And I look forward to watching a cut of the final video. And I just want to say to you, Bill, that one of the inspirations that I draw from on almost a daily basis is to look at old photographs and to talk to senior citizens who grew up in the time that you're attempting to capture on video, and to use that as part of what I do in terms of planning and land use and to attract development to Central Avenue to reclaim the past, to celebrate the past, to create a life and a quality of life, which is what brought people to that community in the first place. So I'm so happy to recognize you today and appreciate the work that you do. Do you want to say a few words?
I do. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilperson Perry, for the invitation to tell you a few words about our current project. I should first of all tell you that 8th and Wall undertook the mission to tell the forgotten stories in response to what we perceive as a cultural emergency, and that is increased isolation in the face of increased diversity. And this enclaving is very dangerous because it creates a lack of communication between the enclaving cultures, leads to distrust, misunderstanding, and if not treated, ultimately violence. In this current project we've undertaken, we received funding from the partial funding from the California Council for the Humanities earlier this year to undertake this. When I say partial, I mean it's 1/4 of the budget. We're shooting and scrambling for funds to pay the people who do the work. And though the description that was just given to you is the description under which we were funded, we found the response to this was much more than we anticipated. We shot the initial filming on Monday at KLCS TV Studios, Los Angeles Unified School District Studios, with 85 participants, including the people that you mentioned, also including Supervisor Yvonne Burke, and also the first African-American female member of this council, Rita Walters. Of the 85, I'm the only one here. They're in their 70s, and it will take them more than 5 days to recover from what we have put them through. But we have also found that when you're into the culture of, or the history of one people, you're into the culture of everyone. And so we have as a goal telling the stories of all of the cultures of Los Angeles. Also, thanks to Councilmember Bernard Parks for providing the transportation for those members of his district that participated in this shoot on Monday. And again, a very special thanks to Jan Perry for her warm support and the hospitality of the 9th District. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take a picture over to Bernard.
And I'd like to recognize Mr. Parks, I think, to say a word as well.
Good morning. Jan, I want to thank you. This is our East Side boys. Having grown up on the East Side and know many of you and some of the highlights and the areas that all of us frequented and some of the issues that you and many people there led the way of, and it's hard to say this in Los Angeles, integration in the 50s to where Main Street was no longer the boundary, to see the number of young people that were in that community that lived around Jefferson High School, Ross and Ida Playground, South Park, that have become successful in the city of LA in years to come. It is a rare combination of a lot of people, and it doesn't limit the boundaries to just schools that we attended, because we went to every school that was imaginable, but we all lived in an area that we all somewhat related to each other. And I was very appreciative to be invited to your program at the Convention Center, where 4,000 to 5,000 people showed up to talk about their particular experience on the east side of the city of Los Angeles. Some of it was mandated, others people lived there on their own, but it does bring back memories as I drive down Central Avenue and look at where Cookie the Florist used to be, and the different Florence Mills and the Bill Robinson Theater, and the variety of things that we grew up accepting. But it is important that you keep that alive. I would hope one day that the East Side Boys would take a moment and get a tape recorder and begin to create the oral history of what happened on the east side of the city of Los Angeles when Central Avenue was a major thriving thoroughfare and a business community for the black community, and what happened when the fire station on 13th Street was the only place that black firefighters could work, and Newton Station was the only place that black police officers could work, and what that meant in the community where you could walk down the street where I lived, and Jackie McVeigh, one of the world-renowned orchestra leaders, lived 5 or 6 houses away, and yet across the street from him was a young man that was a red cap at the Union Station, and a few other jobs in which all of us lived in the same community, no matter what the titles were, doctors, lawyers. But again, it's one of those things that was a rich history that needs to be chronicled, and hopefully one day we'll have the East Side Boys be the forefront of that, because so many of our institutions, whether it's the church, as far as different facilities. I was at Victory Baptist recently. They celebrated their 60th anniversary. 90 some odd people stood up that were part of the initial starting of the church. The problem is you look behind them, there were a few other people in the church. So the real belief is at some point, unless we get a younger population coming to that church, we'll end up with something as viable as a cornerstone, no longer be the part of this community. So I would just ask all the great things you've done in keeping that group alive and well, that you find a way that we can begin to put that oral history in our African American Museum so that people can go and listen to your stories, other stories of what it meant to be in Los Angeles in the 40s, the 50s, how the migration brought a dream to so many people from the South who had an opportunity to get away from segregation and a variety of things there. Here was a little more subtle. There were not signs that said need not apply. You just weren't part of the discussion until many of you broke the barriers of Leimert Park on the issues of the covenants in the property and broke those barriers of where people could live throughout the city. And so we owe a great deal to you and your generation for making those positive occurrences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to recognize for the next presentation, Mr. Rosendahl. And after that, we will have, I believe, Ms. Hahn.
Get Arnie to. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues on the Los Angeles City Council, and good morning to the audience here today. On behalf of the Los Angeles City Council, I am pleased to present the City Council resolution to the Los Angeles office of the American Diabetes Association in recognition of American Diabetes Month and the first ever United Nations designated World Diabetes Day on November 14th, 2007. Diabetes is a worldwide epidemic. 21 million people in the United States have diabetes. 6 million don't even know they have it. 54 million are pre-diabetic, on the verge of getting diabetes. Thousands, and I might say even more than thousands, are unaware that they have the disease until they suffer from one of the terrible complications, such as heart disease, stroke, blindness, or lower limb amputation. I might say my brother, and I was his caregiver for 4 years, had amputations of his toes and part of his foot. It's a very ugly thing to see and to witness. If the trend continues, 1 in every 3 babies born since the year 2000 will develop diabetes in their lifetime. Even more troubling is the rise of obesity among our children, placing them at greater risk for development of type 2 diabetes. And I say to you, children, eat right, exercise, don't be overweight, don't drink all that soda, all those sugar products, because that could make you almost on the verge of getting diabetes as you get older. For minorities, it's even worse. 1 out of every 2. And I am a diabetic, folks, and understand the importance of prevention and treatment and care for the disease. 5 years ago, when I had some health issues, I went to my doctor. He did the numbers and he said, "You're a diabetic, Rosendahl, and the heart disease that you're developing is coming from diabetes." Every morning and every afternoon and every evening, I pull this out and I stick in a little thing and I take this and I inject it into my finger and I check my blood numbers. Millions of Amerians are doing that every single day. Dennis Zine and I have talked about him being 60 years old and sits on the verge of potentially having diabetes. 60. He's 60, Janice. You're our younger sister. And I must tell you this, that from personal experience, I had no idea I was a diabetic. I was one of those folks who thinks everything is great. And I drank too much soda, I got to admit that, and I didn't realize there were 6 teaspoons of sugar in every can of the soda that I loved so much. Well, I've stopped drinking the soda. I have changed my diet. I try to exercise more than my mouth exercising, but it's difficult at times. But I must tell you, I feel better because basically I'm in compliance. I take my meds in the morning. I take my meds at night. And I try to eat right on every single meal. I try to do my exercise. I like to live to be 90 years old at least, but I don't want to be brought down like my brother was at only 67 because of his diabetic condition. To mark the first United Nations designated World Diabetes Day, the United Nations has challenged cities worldwide to light city landmarks or facilities the color blue, the official color of the United Nations Diabetes Awareness Effort. Blue is a very positive color, folks. We look up at the sky and it's blue. We love the color blue. The blueness signifies hope, positiveness, and we must focus on this issue. What I put in was a motion with Janice Hahn, of course, who's the chair of that committee. The city of Los Angeles has met this challenge in observance of the day. I've requested that the Los Angeles World Airport eliminate the Pion blue at Los Angeles International Airport, and it will be all blue when we get to the day, which, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, is the 14th of November. The whole world will be blue. The Empire State Building in New York, the Sydney Opera House in Australia, the Seoul Tower in Korea, the Leaning Tower of Pisa in Italy, the World Trade Center in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and the Sears Tower in Chicago, and other places around this great earth of ours. Because literally hundreds of millions of people on the planet are impacted by this. Also joining me today is my council colleague, Ed Reyes. He's actually a seatmate of mine. We sit next to each other and we've become really good friends, who serves on the American Diabetes Association board. And he'll tell you about his own reality with type 1 diabetes with his own son. If I could ask Ed to say a few words.
Thank you, Bill. I want to thank you for bringing this to the council, to the city. I would hope we can light up City Hall blue. When you look at all of the youngsters who live around City Hall, you have many of the demographics. A lot of the fast foods that our youngsters eat, there's now consideration for a new diabetes category because of how young some of our constituents are when they suffer from diabetes. You know, my son, one of my 3 sons, I won't say who because I haven't asked him if it's okay to identify him, but he was struck with diabetes type 1 about 6 months ago. And it happened in such a way where we could not believe what was happening to him. The doctors thought it was a stomach ailment, it was a throat infection, it was a bad cold. They sent him home. They would not check his blood for some reason. We had to wait another 3 days. We took him back, and he was passing the 400 mark. and he was in a place where he was in intensive care for 3 days, almost 4. And it scared all of us. But the fact is, type 1 is something you can't control. It's when your pancreas, your beta cells, your immune system attacks those very same cells that creates insulin. And now he's dependent on these injections that Bill described. And it hurts to see him go through that at such a young age. But I know today he's stronger for it. His tenacity, his focus on detail is helping him, and he's much better for it. And as I see all the folks who have survived it, I know he'll be well. So I thank the Diabetes Association. I just got on the board. I just got elected, I understand. And so I want to do everything in my power to support this association, and I want to do everything I can to inform all the youngsters who don't speak English, who don't understand that too many cheeseburgers, too many Cokes, too many of these nice colorful drinks full of ice is killing you. And that's something we have to change. So thank you, Bill, and thank you, Diabetes Association, for this effort, because you are saving lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we have 2 other council members who would like to be heard. Mr. Cardenas?
Please.
I think it's important for people to listen to families and individuals who have been dealing or are dealing with diabetes, because when someone actually is diagnosed with diabetes, it affects the whole family. It affects everybody around that person. If you love somebody and they're ill, if you love somebody and they have to go through what diabetes puts you through, it really hurts. And the fact of the matter is, it's important for everybody to understand, and the reason why today is so important, we need to make sure that people understand the message. And you're absolutely right, Bill Rosendahl, Councilmember Rosendahl, by talking to the kids and letting them know that that soda is hurting you really bad, that those bad eating habits can hurt you really bad. And this doesn't happen just to people with gray hair. This happens to children every day, as Councilmember Reyes just pointed out, that his son, who's just a teenager, just got diagnosed with diabetes. I was very unfortunate to be affected by diabetes, not me personally, but indirectly through my father, who was diagnosed when he was 60 years old. He probably had diabetes long before that, but unfortunately he had a short life after that. And just so you understand, ladies and gentlemen, how important it is for us to tell our children and tell them no, and take that soda away from them, or tell them don't eat so much candy, etc. It's important because it really does make a difference. My father was in a race of time. Our family was in a race of time as my wife Norma and I were having our first son. We knew it was a boy. I'm the youngest of 11 kids. All of my brothers and sisters had children, and I was the last one, and my father got to meet every single one of them. But he died 2 days before my son was born. That's what diabetes does. It robs you of life. And for you to have your family members here for another month, another year, another 10 or 20 or even 30 years, because all you need to do is watch your diet. Go to the doctor. Have them check your sugar level. You can go to any health fair now today. Anywhere in the city. We probably have several going on anywhere in the community. You can sit down, they'll take your sugar level, and they'll tell you if you have that problem. You can find out so easily now. Take advantage of it. Take care of yourself. The 2 main messages to everybody, whether you have a 1-month-old or you're almost 100 years old, it's diet and exercise. And you don't have to go to the gym. Ask any doctor, ask any nurse. Just walk a little bit every single day. Walk around the block, go up and down the stairs a few more times instead of using the elevator. That little movement every single day will save your life. Could save your life. Diet and walking. I'm not even going to say the word exercise because it scares people so much. Diet and walking more. Just doing those 2 things. If my father would have went to the doctor maybe another year earlier or a few years earlier, he would have saw my son born. And that would have meant so much to me. So much to me. Just a few days. The mistakes we make. Sometimes we don't realize them, but they do affect us. So that's my message to you young people and everybody of Los Angeles. Diabetes kills. Diabetes is serious. Diabetes is your problem, my problem when it affects me, when it affects you. You can prevent it. Diet and just a little bit of walking every single day. Thank you for bringing this forward, Councilmember Rosendahl.
Mr. Zion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, have personal stories. One of my childhood friends, who's now 60 years of age, came down with juvenile diabetes. He has a device that he wears that pumps the insulin. I want to commend Arnie Burkhoff. I know that Arnie and Harvey Englander and Mitch Englander put together that annual event that many of us attend, and Eric always entertains us with his singing to raise millions of dollars for the Diabetes Association. Laura, your daughter, struck with diabetes as a child and now a young adult. But what you have done, Arnie, and what the association has done is inform people. What Ed Reyes is going through now with his son, to inform people, because no one thinks it's going to happen, and everyone, you go around this room or go around this city, everyone knows someone who's affected by it, and the education is what's so critically important. So I just want to congratulate you for the public awareness, for the United Nations for getting us involved. It is a worldwide epidemic. We need to conquer it, as we did many years ago, polio. This, as Bill Rosendahl has mentioned, he and I discuss this frequently. The doctor said on borderline, change your diet, get exercise, and you can avoid it. But so many of us get into this fast food environment, as we keep talking about, leads that bad habit, and then we end up having the consequences. So to all of you, congratulations, and to the people of Los Angeles who are listening, they need to pay attention because they'll be the next victim of this very dangerous disease. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dennis, for your shout-out about Arnie, and it's a good way to introduce him. And I just again want to say to the kids, you had all the candy you ever needed on Halloween last week. So let's stop having that much candy every day. It's so delicious, but it's so bad. So moderation, and do that walking, and watch what you eat and drink. Okay? Now, we just heard my colleague mention Arnie. Well, let me tell you about Arnie, folks. He has taken this so seriously over the years. He has a daughter with type 1. And with that as a backdrop, instead of just sitting there, he decided to do something about it. And he has organized every year a roast. It's kind of a humorous, fun thing, and a lot of people go to it, but he raises a lot of money. This year, he's going to have it on March 27th, and they're going to roast Gloria Molina, which would be a lot of fun. Herb Wesson is going to MC it. Zeb Yaroslawski, Arturis, and a whole bunch of other folks are going to make all kinds of comments. But the bottom line is it's to raise the funds, to get the awareness going, to get the treatments going, and to manage what now has become a chronic, manageable disease. And without further ado, I'd like Arnie to come up. That's Arnie Burkhoff, and also Jane Warner, the Executive Director of the Los Angeles office of the ADA. Arnie.
Thank you, Bill, for those kind words. Diabetes Month or Diabetes Day is really pretty simple. It's just about awareness, and I think just the fact that Bill and Councilman Reyes brought this to everybody's attention, I think that's really what it's about. It's about awareness. The City Council has a long history of being involved in diabetes awareness. It continues today with Councilwoman Jan Perry with her emphasis on childhood obesity. We thank her for that. It started with John Ferraro back in 1998 for the very first Los Angeles political roast. It's grown now to the largest event of its kind in Los Angeles, probably because it's funny. And we're happy. Virtually almost every council member here, and in Councilman Zion's case, his alter ego has participated in the roast. And we certainly appreciate that. Alex Padilla was on our board, remains on our board. We're very happy and pleased and honored to have Councilman Reyes on our board, but unfortunately not in the circumstances that he had to join. And when my daughter was diagnosed some 18 years ago with type 1 diabetes, the first thing I did was I got involved, and it's all about awareness. So we thank you very much for the honor today, and we hope to see you on March 27th for the Gloria Molina roast. It will be very funny. Thank you.
And as before the next speaker, I just want to do a shout out to Laura McClellan, my Deputy Chief of Staff, who was with Alex Padilla in those years, who has taken the leadership in my office and presented it to me to provide leadership here today. Thank you, Laura, for your leadership on this. And could we now ask Jane Warner, the Executive Director of the Los Angeles office, to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On behalf of the American Diabetes Association, I would like to thank this City Council. It is known among all of the people that work at the American Diabetes Association throughout the country that the Los Angeles City Council is the most supportive City Council of the ADA in the nation. That is extraordinary, and each and every one of you have done something unique over the years to support these efforts and to help the people in your districts with diabetes. So again, I thank you all very much, and we are honored to be here today. Thank you.
And that's the end of the presentation, but here is the certificate, and we'll just stand in front for that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. And our next presentation will be from Councilwoman Janice Hahn, who will be presenting next.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. I'm actually doing this presentation this morning for my friend and colleague, Councilmember LaBonge, who is not with us this morning. But Ms. Amanda Wash, the founder of the organization AFACT, which stands for A Foundation for African Children Today. She asked Councilmember LaBonge to honor some people that she feels are very instrumental in fulfilling AFACT's mission. Since its founding, AFACT has sent medical supplies and gifts to children with AIDS at Califang Hospital in South Africa. They've donated medical supplies to refugees in Burundi. They gave clothing to children in Nigeria and helped British Airways send 5,000 beanie bears to South Africa. This is a great organization, and I'm actually very pleased to honor the people that help Amanda make it all happen. I have certificates for the following people, and then I'll ask Amanda Wash to say a few words. I'd like to present a certificate to Ernesto Ramirez for Fernando Flores, who does all of the printing for AFACT for free. He's with Concord Documents. Fernando, or you're Ernesto, you're for Fernando, okay? I'd like to present Neil Frame, Operation USA, who provides AFACT with medical supplies and medicines free of charge. Neil, thank you so much. Oh, where do you live?
Our warehouse was donated by the city.
Oh, okay. Okay, very good. Your warehouse is in Wilmington. That's great. And then Craig Wyman, who's with British Airways, who takes all of the supplies to Africa free of charge. Craig? Thank you so much. This is a great organization, and I think it's an opportunity today when we honor people like this to really thank corporate America and those who would give back a little bit to sometimes the most needy and sometimes the most forgotten children in the world. And so it is with great pleasure and honor that I thank you and honor AFACT for your mission and wish you the best of luck, and hopefully this exposure will even mean more and will bring more people who would be willing to join with you in this very, very wonderful mission. So Amanda Wash, would you come forward and say a few words?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janet, and thank you, council members. I've been at this a long time, and I think at these sunset years of my life now, I hope I can be able to turn this over to somebody much younger. But I started by volunteering to be a nurse in the Peace Corps, and I saw such devastating problems over there. I promised God that I would come back here and do what I could to help the needy. and that was back in the 70s, early when Peace Corps was young. I joined, and I have been on the battlefield for the less fortunate ever since. So I just want to thank the ones that have came forward to help me, British Airways, taking those supplies over free of charge for me. You don't get that often. You don't get that often. And then Operation USA, I know you hear about them. They send supplies around the world during disasters, helping people in need. And they're in and out of countries around the world, helping people that are in need. And then the Concord, who does the printing for me, they have told me that they will do the printing for me without a charge. That's helping me because I don't have any money. I'm just one little old lady right now on Medicare, Social Security, and that's it. And so, but God is with me.
You're making a big difference.
So I thank these people. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's take a stand right here and take a picture.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hahn, thank you very much. Now, Council President Garcetti for a presentation.
Were we expecting one more?
Good morning. Thanks so much. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and welcome back. It's good to have you in chambers again.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
And colleagues, it gives me great joy to join with many City Hall staffers here, as well as Hamid Khan, my friend who's head of the South Asian Network. We also have from our own Channel 35, Rasha Goa, to celebrate one of the most celebrated holidays anywhere in the world, Diwali. Diwali is a festival of great significance to Indian Americans, the Indian diaspora, and the people of India. It's celebrated by Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, and Jains throughout the United States and throughout the world. It was originally called Deepavali, but shortened after the significance of Sanskrit kind of died away a little bit to the more northern term that was known as Diwali. And it literally means the festival or the array of lights, during which celebrants throughout the world will light small oil lamps, place them around their home, and pray for health, knowledge, and peace. Celebrants of Diwali believe that the rows of lamps symbolize the light within the individual that rids the soul of the darkness of ignorance. And in short, it is good overcoming the evil within every human being. It falls on the last day of the last month in the lunar calendar, and Diwali is celebrated as a day of thanksgiving and the beginning of the new year for many Hindus as well. And for Hindus, Diwali is a celebration of this victory of good over evil. For Sikhs, Diwali is feted as a day that the sixth founding Sikh Guru, or the revered teacher Guru Hargobind Ji, was released from captivity, along with a number of Hindu kings from the ruling Mughal emperor. For Jains, Diwali marks the anniversary of the attainment of moksha, or liberation, by Mahavira, the last of the Tirthankaras, who were the great teachers of Jain Dharma at the end of his life in 527 BC. From all of these incredible traditions, there is the unity and the pride also of all Indians, Diwali being the largest celebration, the most important celebration that brings all Indians together. And here in Los Angeles, which is a great Indian city in the world, we join together with all the contributions that have been made, not just by Indians, but South Asians who celebrate and practice the religions that recognize Diwali. And we also, for ourselves, take that same challenge to make sure that this is a time for us to reflect, to let the good inside each one of us win over any evil, and to see the knowledge that wins over the darkness of ignorance. So with that, I'd like to ask Hamid Khan to come forward for a couple words to celebrate Diwali. This is the first year we're doing this here in City Council chambers, which is pretty amazing because we have so many Indian Americans and South Asians that live in Los Angeles, but we're very proud to have a very familiar face to these chambers. Please welcome Hamid Khan.
Thank you, Council members and Council President Garcetti. It's really an honor on behalf of South Asian Network to accept this resolution. I've been to this council chambers before to speak out about the issues that impact our communities, whether it's the taxi drivers or immigration raids, or access to health care. But today, as we celebrate the celebration of light, I think it's really important to signify and to recognize the contributions of the South Asian community in Los Angeles, in this beautiful mosaic where so many cultures, so many languages, so many culinary delights, so much music thrives. So again, I thank this council chamber, I thank the leadership of Councilmember Garcetti, and I'm going to ask Raisha Goel to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khan. I just want to take a brief moment to thank Councilmember Eric Garcetti and his staff, Cecilia Cabello and Julie Wong. For a South Asian American such as myself, and you've probably seen me covering your stories for LA City View, this is really important because I've grown up with people asking me questions such as, is India a continent? Why do you wear a dot on your head? And do you really eat monkey brains? So not only is recognizing Diwali here important because it is a very auspicious festival, but at the same time it's helping in educating other Angelinos about what the South Asian culture and community is all about, and really in embracing the diversity of Los Angeles. So I thank all the council members, and especially Councilmember Eric Garcetti, and wish all of you a very happy Diwali on behalf of the South Asian community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for those watching at home, the answers, of course, are no, it's a subcontinent for fashion and cultural reasons, and no, monkey brains are not eaten. So with that, wanted to present this resolution on behalf of this entire City Council, signed by myself and the Mayor, Antonio Villaraigosa, to recognize Diwali. For those of us who have had the good fortune to travel to India and to see Diwali in person in India, it is a marvelous and a joyous and an incredible experience, something one will never forget. I know our sister city of Mumbai is very close to Los Angeles as well, one of our great sister cities that no doubt Mr. Labange would point out if you were here today, but also the great contributions around this horseshoe of the staff that you see behind us too, from the various council staffs, really represents just how wonderful not only Diwali is, but the contributions of South Asians here in Los Angeles. So congratulations, and on behalf of the city, happy Diwali.
Congratulations. Congratulations to you.
You all take a picture? Come on. Yeah, come out here.
Our next presentation, Councilmember Wendy Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate being able to introduce and recognize an extraordinary city employee. We have seen him many times in our council chambers and our committee meetings. So I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank Terry Minocchio for his 36 years of hard work for the city. He has shown great dedication to the city and to the field of public finance. Terry started with the city in October 1970 as a staff assistant in public buildings, promoted in 1974 to tax and field representative, promoted to tax auditor in 1978, principal tax auditor in 1987, and it goes on until he gets to his culmination of his career with the promotion to Chief Compliance Officer 2 in January of 2007. Terry is a true Angelino. He attended schools located within the city of Los Angeles, graduating from Our Lady of Lourdes Grammar School in 1962, Loyola High School in 1966, and Loyola University in 1970. During his years with the city, Terry served his country as a member of the United States Army Reserve, attaining the rank of Sergeant E6. Terry has held many leadership roles during his tenure in the city of Los Angeles. He served as president of the Los Angeles Municipal Accountants and Auditors Association. He was a member of the Board of Governors for the Engineers and Architects Association, and he was appointed to serve on the supervisory committee for the Los Angeles Federal Credit Union, including 5 years as chairperson of that committee. He's also been president of the Los Angeles Civic Center chapter of the Association of Government Accountants and appointed to the credit committee of the Los Angeles Federal Credit Union, where he currently serves as chairperson. He has a number of accomplishments as a city employee and has been recognized for his hard work and dedication in the City Clerk's Tax and Permit Division for excellence in receiving the 1984 Business Tax Renewal Staff and supervising the 1984 business tax renewal staff during the implementation of the payroll expense tax. He has been recognized on a number of occasions for all of his efforts in providing assistance to the City Attorney's Office and successful defense from the City of Los Angeles in the litigation filed by the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. And I know he has received numerous commendations from Antoinette Cristoval, Director of Finance, for his coordination of the first annual business tax workshop. You have so many honors here as I'm reading these. He also received this year a Career Service Award by the LA County Bar Association's Taxation Committee for Excellence by a government official, and was also honored by John Chung, our California State Controller, this year for his extraordinary public service. I have had the pleasure of working with Terry as we've worked on business tax reform, as we've worked on issues in how we can simplify the system, how we can also make sure we get more money into our coffers here and the budget in the City of Los Angeles, and he's really been a joy to work with, and I know that his colleagues feel the same way, and those of you that have had the interaction enjoy that as well. And so it is with great honor and pleasure that I get to present this proclamation signed by the entire City Council and the Mayor and our City Attorney and Controller, and of course by Frank Martinez, our City Clerk, acknowledging your many years of service and dedication to the City of Los Angeles, and would ask that you all give a warm applause for Terry Manocchio. Would you like to say a few words, Terry?
Thank you, Councilmember Gruhl and City Council. During the 36 years I've worked for the city, I've networked with a lot of individuals from various agencies, governmental agencies, and I've come to the conclusion that the City of Los Angeles, working for the City of Los Angeles, is the best job a person can have in governmental service. And I'm positive of that, as I said, after many, many discussions with people from other government agencies. I like to tell this story that my career almost never happened with the city. When I got hired with the city, I was a member of the United States Army Reserve. The Vietnam War was going on, and as a requirement of being a member of the Army Reserve, you have to serve basic training just like anyone else who was in the regular Army. And at that time, I had not served basic training, and I had like a 1-year period to serve that. So any time during that time, I could be called. And when I interviewed with a position in public buildings with Thurman Rague, who was the South District Director, I told him of the plight that I had. And probably most people would say, why would I want to hire somebody even if I liked them? Because they could just be gone on leave for several months. But he had a lot of faith in me, and he hired me. And 6 weeks later, I was called to basic training at Fort Ord. And I was gone for almost 5 months. Yet, my job was secure, safe, and given to me when I returned. And I will always be indebted to the City of Los Angeles for that. Also would like to say that all the success that I've had during these 36 years could not have been possible without an outstanding group of co-workers who are so dedicated and talented. I don't think there's a department in the city that has people as dedicated and talented as the people in the Office of Finance, and I'm very indebted to them. So, in conclusion, I'll just say it's been a great honor serving the city for 36 years.
And colleagues, As you can see, that Terry has really been a dedicated city employee and has loved his job, and by loving his job has done a great service to us and all the residents of the city of Los Angeles. Congratulations for your 36 years, and to all of your coworkers who I know are thanking you as well. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Congratulations to you. And our next presentation, Mr. Reyes.
Yeah, take care.
Mr. Reyes, you're up. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, I'd like to invite individuals who I'd like to call the City of LA District 1 heroes. So please come on up, gentlemen. Our fire department personnel, our sheriff department members. That's why you're here. Good to meet you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, guys. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's with great honor that I stand here to recognize these three individuals for their valor on September 1st, 2007, when at the intersection of Avenue 50 and Metro Gold Line, a motorist found herself on the wrong side of the safety barriers of the railroad crossing. With the help of Francisco, Javier Cornejo, Eric Ramirez, and Christian Rios, Mrs. Diane Cordero was freed from the vehicle, brought to safety, and was attended by the hands of these District 1 heroes. You guys can get closer. We want your family to know where you were this morning. Come on, guys. Once freed and brought to safety, our crews from the local fire station 12 were able to attend to her needs and needs of the train passengers that had been safely evacuated by the conductor. There's a time when personal concerns for safety are set aside in the auspice of saving another human being and assuring that person's safe return to family and friends. We're here today before the Council and all the City of LA to thank these brave people for their valor, and the city and the county and federal agencies, including LA Fire Department 2nd Battalion, Station 12, LAPD Northeast Division, LA County Sheriff, MTA, Unified School District Transit, U.S. Department of Transportation, and many more for their participation responding to the community in a time of need. That morning when I got there, I saw what was left of this vehicle. And just amazing to me to see as the wheel was turning and coming to a stop, right at the point of contact, you could not tell it was a vehicle that was under there. It just looked like pieces of metal that were being chewed up. The only thing that was left visible that seemed to be any part of a vehicle was the front seat. And this front seat was right under the wheel. And it's just amazing that this person was able to survive such a horrific encounter. So with that, I'd like to ask the gentleman one at a time to give us your name and just share a few words of what happened that morning. You all right? Just give us your name.
Don't be shy. You're all heroes.
Yeah,
Step
my
up.
name is Francisco Cornejo, and I just want to thank everybody here for giving us this award. And I just did what I had to do. I needed to save the lady, and I'm glad she's okay.
What did you see when you got there?
Well, this was an accident. The car was on fire already, and all I see was the lady asking for help. So my first reaction was to jump over and try to save her. So finally, we cut the seat belt and we pulled it out, and that's how we did it.
Thank you. Okay. Well, they weren't shy 5 minutes ago as we were talking on the bench, and they've kind of frozen up on us. But they were telling me how the woman's hair was on fire, and they were patting down the fire as she was screaming for help, and she kept yelling, "Cut the seatbelt." And they were all trying to get her out. One of these gentlemen brought out a fire hose from the neighbor's yard and shut down the fire. As all this was happening, our city forces were coming to the scene. I'd like to ask the fire department for a few words. Please give us your name and your title.
name's Kevin Rudd. I'm a captain at Fire Station 3. And on behalf of the fire department, we'd like to thank these individuals for their selfless efforts. And on behalf of the Battalion 2 companies that participated in the rescue, we say thanks.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself. Come on.
Firefighter Justin Horwedel. Thank you to these members, or these civilians, for saving this lady's life.
Thanks.
Firefighter Jennifer Kaler, and again, we thank these civilians for their selfless effort that help us do our job well. Thank you.
Thank you. And a clear example of interagency cooperation, we have the Sheriff Department. Come on.
Let's hear from the Sheriff Sergeant.
You got it, sir. I, too, would like to thank Councilman Reyes for this honor for these three individuals. When I got there, which was shortly after the lady had been extricated, I still could not tell what kind of car it was, and we didn't know it was a Toyota until we actually found a hubcap. I mean, it was horrific, and 20-plus years of law enforcement, terrible. And these three individuals here did a great job, and I know two are bashful, but they truly are heroes in all senses of the word. On behalf of the Sheriff's Department and MTA, who cannot be here, we'd like to echo our sentiments for what a great job they did. Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause, people.
Mr. Parks, Ed, hold on a second. Mr. Parks, yes. And then Councilmember Cardenas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ed, I just want to thank you for bringing these heroes in, and I want to thank you from the standpoint of the MTA, where I sit as a board member. That item was discussed thoroughly, and people and the board and the entire area are very appreciative of you becoming that instant hero, because without you, there'd be a loss of life and also additional damage. And I want to thank the fire department. As always, about 85% of your calls deal with responding to medical emergencies, and we're just appreciative of your work in the sheriffs. Also with the security at the MTA, it could not happen on a daily basis without having the sheriffs there as far as the security, fire department ready to respond. But without the community's participation, we would probably be marking another fatality as it relates to one of our rail systems. So thank you personally from not only the City Council but the MTA.
Councilmember Cardenas.
Thank you. I think it was, you actually said more with less today by not wanting to talk so much at the mic. I think it's a perfect example of who makes the best heroes. It's not the people who are looking for recognition. It's not the people who are doing it because they think they're going to get their name in the paper. They're just doing it because it's something you got to do. And it's something that just faces you and you just do it. I'm very, very honored to have you in our presence. I was actually 31 years old when I heard the story third hand about how my father, who was an immigrant farm worker at the time in the 1940s, actually saved somebody from a fire. And the reason why I think that is relevant to all of you gentlemen is I was 32 years old. I'm the youngest in the family. I was born in 63. I didn't find this out until 1995, 96. And this happened in the 1940s. My father kind of left it as a quiet secret. Nothing he was ashamed of. He just didn't think it was worth talking about because he was just doing what he should have done at the moment. And I think that's wonderful to see such humble human beings here today being honored, saving lives, doing what is right. I think it's wonderful to see you and to recognize you and to thank you. And we're just blessed to have you among us because you never know when you're going to be called to do that at a moment's notice again. So thank you so much for doing the right thing at the right moment and just doing it just because you were there and it was the right thing to do. And I hope you're okay with the fact that we're recognizing you. Thank you.
You know, many times we hear the ugliness of our neighborhoods. We hear about the shootings. We hear about all that gives us this blemish. Rarely do we get to celebrate this kind of experience. So, in closing, I'd like to provide the certificate of commendation to Francisco Javier Cornejo, Eric Ramirez, and Christian Rios. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations to you. And our next presentation, Councilmember Cardenas. Let's hear it one more time for these heroes that saved a life. Let's hear it again. Getting your notes now, okay.
I know our next honoree, Al Pantanilla, very well. I could go off the top of my head, but I wouldn't want to miss anything. Al, can you please come forward? In the spirit of Veterans Day, which is coming up this Sunday on the 11th of November, I'm honored to bring before you a Vietnam veteran, Al Pantanilla. I've invited Al to speak at my 5th annual Veterans Day Candlelight Vigil this Sunday, and he's accepted. Thank you so much, Al. We look forward to hearing from you there and here. In 1965, Al took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. He continued to carry that oath with him when he earned the title of a United States Marine and adopted Semper Fidelis, which is Latin for always faithful. Today, Al continues to carry those values with him as he gives back to his community. After his discharge from the Marine Corps, he was employed at the University of California, Berkeley, and continued his employment at UCLA as a postal master, where he served for 20 years. Al has lived in Los Angeles for over 44 years and has been a great community leader in Arleta. He has been president of Village Green Homeowners Association, which he has lived for over 27 years, involved with the Looky Loos Neighborhood Watch, president of the Arleta Neighborhood Council, and has been congratulated and awarded by the U.S. Congress. He currently serves as a community representative on the city's Prop K Citizens Advisory Council. Al Pantanilla is a caregiver to his mother, Betty Lewis, and his mother-in-law, Frances. Al is selfless and as any who have been ever worn our nation's uniform. Today we honor him and his actions, both as a civilian and as a veteran. In his actions, we see the best of America. We are in debt to Al and all his sacrifices he has made to protect our way of life. We bestow upon this good and gallant man a certificate from the City of Los Angeles, and also, as a small token of appreciation, I'd also like to present a challenge coin as a symbol of gratitude for serving our community and our country. Tradition has it that during World War I, a rich lieutenant had custom challenge coins minted for all those in his unit as a symbol of loyalty. Narrowly escaping the Germans, one pilot in his unit produced his challenge coin to the French soldiers and had his life spared. That inspired the others in the pilot's unit to always carry their challenge coins. Today the tradition continues. Challenge coins are presented to those whose actions have been above and beyond the call of duty, and it is to be carried on their person at all times. To ensure compliance, recipients of the challenge they challenge each other to produce their coin. If the challenge does not produce the coin, it is required that they buy a drink of their choice, of the choice of the challenger. If the challenged could produce the coin, the challenger would purchase the drink. At this time, I'd like to present Al Pantanilla with the challenge coin. And since he doesn't have one, I don't think, he owes me a drink. But not soda, or where the kids go. And not alcohol. Thank you, Councilman. And with that, I'd like to give Al a moment to say a few words. As usual, like the heroes before us, he's pretty quiet. Hopefully Al will be up to it to say a few words. Al?
The only change I want to make to what Tony says, it was the U.S. Army. That's all right. Yeah. One reason, I spent many years in denial with the Vietnam War, and Tony, attending his last visual that I attended, he brought me back to where I'm supposed to be. It's a good, honorable person, and the war, we did our best during it. I'm just a little guy. I just was a small soldier in the service. I did my duty, and I care and love my country, and I adore working with my councilman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al. I apologize about that. You're in the Army, not the Marines. I just assumed from your tenaciousness and your doggedness, because of the Bulldogs, that's where you served. But thank you very much for serving the community in such a tenacious fashion. We see Al at meeting after meeting, and he gets involved. And this is one thing that I do respect and appreciate about him. He comes up with some wonderful ideas. He comes up with some challenging ideas, but he always does it in a respectful, kind manner. He never attacks his colleagues in the community when there's disagreement. He never comes to my staff or me and attacks us. He always challenges us to do more and more and more for the community, and he does it in such a respectful way. To that, I want to thank your parents for raising such a good boy who became a fine, fine gentleman. Yes, come on up, both of you. I want to bring Al's mother up and his mother-in-law, because they're the ones who keep him in line. Take your time, take your time. So with that, in the presence of his family, I'd like to bestow the certificate of recognition to Al Cantanita for his wonderful service to this country and his continued service to the community in the San Fernando Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. That will close our special presentations for this morning. Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, first order of business, please.
Approval of the November 6th minutes.
Mr. Zine moves and Ms. Gruel seconds. Without objection, those minutes will be approved. Next order of business, please.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Okay, Mr. Cardenas moves and Mr. Alarcon seconds. Without objection, those commendatory resolutions will be approved as well. Next order of business.
Mr. President, would you like to go through your public comments at this time?
Let's run through the agenda, please. First.
First order is there is a request to continue item number 12 to November 21st.
Okay, colleagues, any objection to continuing item number 12? Not. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Next item.
Next are items number 1 through 12, with the exception of 12 are items noticed for public hearing. Items number 1 through 10 are street lighting items. The recommendation for council action is to continue the hearing and present the ordinances on November 27th.
Okay, is there any objection, colleagues, on those items? To going ahead, we will do that and continue the ordinance. And on 11, anybody wishing to call special? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll on those. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That will be the order of the day. Next items, please. Next items, please.
Next are items number 13 through 15, and those are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay, anybody wishing to call 13 through 15 special? Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, Mr. President, item 15.
Okay. Call that special for Mr. Rosendahl. Anybody wishing to call 13 or 14 special? Seeing none, let's go ahead then on 13 and 14. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
14 will be approved. 13 will go over to a second reading. That will be, since we are going to be at the National League of Cities Conference next week, in a couple weeks. So that will be until the, I believe, 17th of November. Next items, please.
Mr. President, it'll be until November 20th.
20th? Okay. I'll carry it over till the 20th then. Next items, please.
Next are items 16 through 27. Those are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, we have cards on 25 and 27. We'll call those special for cards from the public. The other ones we will open and close the public hearings. Any council members wishing to call special? Any of those items? We are on items 16 through 27. Any specials, colleagues? Seeing none, let's go ahead and take up the, I'd like to call 26 special. And if we can take up the balance, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next items, please.
Next are items 28 and 29 on the continuation agenda, and those are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay, we'll call 28 special. And Mr.
Receive and file item number 29.
Okay. Is there any objection to receiving and filing item number 29?
So Zine is going on.
And for the record, Mr. Zine has left the building, or no, the room.
He's not left the building, but he has recused himself from the room. So,
just for clarification, Mr. Zion is recusing himself because he did not hear all the evidence when it was presented on Wednesday.
Okay, so that leaves us 29, receive and file. If there's no objection, we'll go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That item is received and filed. Next item, please. Or next items.
Next,
Call the roll for the special meeting.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruhl, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay. We'll send everything forthwith today without objection. And if we can take up the first items, please.
Items 30 through 34 on the special agenda are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay. Colleagues, we've had public hearings on items 30 through 34. Any specials, Ms. Gruhl?
Just 34, please.
34 for Ms. Gruhl. Okay. Any other specials, colleagues? It's 30 through 34. Or 30 through 33 right now? If not, let's go ahead and let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Next are items 35 through 40, and those are items which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. And, Mr. President, there are cards on 35, 39, and 40.
We'll call those special, and we'll hold 35 on the desk as well. 36, if we can move the CAO report on that, and 37, the CLA report, and 38, the CLA report. Are there specials? Any specials, Mr. Parks? Yeah.
Moved out of order.
Okay, we have requests for 39 out of order, and we have cards in the public. If there's no objection, we will, after this, take those up first. Any other specials, 36 through 38 right now? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll on those three items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Those are approved. If we can continue the items back into the regular meeting, and I should have announced that items 16 through 22 will also carry over, since they are ordinances on their first reading that will require a second reading on the 20th of November, later this month. And with that, since that takes us through the agenda, we'll take up general public comment right now. And Arnold Sachs will be our first speaker for general public comment, and then we will hear from Chuck Tenon. Each speaker will have 2 minutes, and we ask them to watch the clock to help them budget their time. So there's also a guide up there to help guide your comments pursuant to council rules. Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Sachs.
Good morning, council members. Thank you very much. I actually wanted to address something that occurred. I'm reading from an article in the LA Times, and also an article yesterday in the LA Times, I believe, or the Daily News, whichever, that the city council and the mayor's office has declined a plane ride on the A380 when it arrives back in LAX due to the fact that something to do with ethics and the fact that it would be accepting a free gift, and it would be unethical and all those other things, and on and on and on. Yet in this article in the Los Angeles Times from Saturday, October 13th, it's about, and I'm not really concerned about the personnel himself. Richard Alatorre returns as unofficial lobbyist. And it goes on to state in the article that Mr. Alatorre has met with the Department of Water and Power, the Department of Recreation and Parks, the Planning Department, the Housing Department, the Port of Los Angeles, and numerous other city councils, city committees. And unlike dozens of other political professionals who do such work, Alatorre is not a registered lobbyist. Not only that, but between the 13th, when this article was written, and today, there was an article that Mr. Alatorre registered as a city lobbyist. So when he met with these committees, he was not acting as an official lobbyist. Yet committees met with him, council members met with him, everybody met with him, talked with him about city business as an unofficial lobbyist. On one hand, you have ethics committees saying we can't take a plane ride because it's free, when in fact you actually should have accepted the plane ride and auctioned off your seats for charity, like they did on the original flight from Singapore to Sydney, and raised money for charities. Are you listening, Mr. Nunez, Fabian Nunez, State Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Sachs.
It doesn't make sense. What's the logic between your call for ethics and unethical practices? Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck Tenen is our next speaker. Good morning, Mr. Tenen. After that will be Matt Dowd.
Can I have 1 second? My heart is beating. I have diabetes too, but I just want to say what I have to say, but I just need a second.
Sorry, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
What do you need a second for? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
To catch my breath, because I have diabetes, but it's...
Do you need to sit down for a second, sir?
No, what I'm going to say is I just...
If you need to sit down, go ahead.
No, I'm okay now.
Okay, go ahead then, please.
Can I start now?
Yeah, we'll start. Don't worry, I'll give you the 15 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Good morning, council members. Chuck Tenen. It saddens me to bring this to your attention, but our planning department is turning out to be a big disappointment. Social contracts are being ignored. One-sided decisions are being made behind closed doors. People's rights are being compromised because planning is siding with developers on housing projects during a housing crisis and hurting the public and hurting people like me. How do I know this? Because it's going on right now behind my back. So I ask all of you, the city council members who are sensitive to and committed to supporting the housing crisis through your hardworking efforts to help the affected people in the city, then why is there a division where values have no values? Why is there a lack of enforcement of laws like the Subdivision Map Act that does not enforce our community plans? Our planning department is supposed to work for the people, to unite, not to divide, to uphold our community plans and social values. Remember, all people are created equal. There was a compromise, a due process that was violated. Favoritism from an agency to a developer, not the public, the tenants, or me. Closed-door deals that undermine our values and fair decisions by the people that are supposed to represent the people of the city like me, Chuck Tenen, and an act of collusion. I bring this up because I paid my money to have a fair hearing and a decision on two very important issues, traffic and city housing crisis. And I find out behind my back that its decision was pre-made, making the process and my rights, violating that, and the rights of others that could be violated. Do I have a right to a fair hearing? I sure do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tenen. Matt Dowd is our next speaker. Matthew Dowd.
Thank you, City Council. I'll just rattle the political speech buttons. Now I'm in the political speech zone, and that's right, you've got your attorneys over here, the city attorney with the judge, and they're saying that political speech is so important that we're going to make the whole Venice Boardwalk political speech, except for this little zone down the end where you can put all the NISOs. But I got one of the buttons that says, fuck high prices. And they're saying you're allowed to say that, and I'm allowed to say that.
You are allowed to say it, and I would, every single time you say it, I will reiterate and ask you to please watch the language since children watch this and others. Sir, we'll hold your time if you'll hold yourself for a second. I will again reiterate, please, for you not to use that language. You have the right to do so, but we ask you not to do that, and if it disrupts the meeting, we will ask you to stop. So please continue now.
See, this is what I find amusing, and we've got the media here, it's good as well. He's saying, please, Mr. Dowd, don't do that, please don't do this, please don't do that. But you got Michael Hunt here for 18 months saying, please don't discriminate against me on the boardwalk. And he won, Michael Hunt won, everybody. The judge said inextricably intertwined is a valid standard, and that's what he was doing, inextricably intertwined expression. You can ask the attorneys, it's all protected, so it's up to 600 days. Treating him like a nigger. That's what he says, not me.
Sir, I would also ask you not to use that language as well. You have the right to do so, but again, we would ask you not to do that.
The federal judge said this is political speech and your attorneys will have to agree because they're writing it into legislation. So you guys have got a big responsibility being the lawmakers, and for 20 years you've been trying to regulate Venice Beach. And for 20 years you've failed. And now it's 600 days of civil right violation, and it keeps continuing every day. So don't be bringing in no resolutions about discrimination when you are discriminating. Don't be talking about Darfur. Don't be talking about Armenia. Don't be talking about anyone till you clean up your own little backyard right here.
I would again commend to folks' attention the marks shall be addressed to the council as a whole, personal, impertinent, and unduly repetitive, which is important, unduly repetitive. Slanderous or profane remarks are prohibited. Loud, threatening, or personal or abusive language is prohibited. And disorderly conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the council meeting is prohibited. We protect more free speech in this area than I would say in any other governmental entity, and we are proud to do so. But we do that with those admonitions, and I will restate that every single time somebody comes to the border or crosses over that. Our next speaker is Michael Hunt.
Thank you, and thank you, and thank you. Matt Dow was telling the truth. He says you guys have to clean up your own backyard before you start anywhere else. I am what free speech is about. 1983 in the federal court, our word in front of Dean Pragerson, it's a liable. But the reason why I'm down here is because the city violated my constitutional and civil rights. I had to take him and sue him in federal court. And although we don't call nobody the N-word, this is what they do to us. They discriminate against us. That's why I'm wearing a T-shirt, because they are trying to segregate the boardwalk with an I zone down here and an I zone down there, and it's not right. We are all human beings. We all need to be treated equal. So all of you guys that come here really understand that this is a big thing. It's not about the N-word. It's not about calling anybody the N-word. It's about an act that the city has done to a lot of individuals, especially down at Venice Beach. I've worked with Geraldine Washington and Rock the Vote. I've worked with the Warner Brothers and bringing them votes and everything. I've worked with the Sheriff Department and revitalizing their whole system after the riots. So what I'm saying is the word is an act of injustice that the city has done to us. That's the only reason why I'm wearing the T-shirt. But believe me, I don't want to wear this T-shirt. We are real freedom fighters. We believe in the Constitution, and we believe in 1983. For those who don't know what 1983 is, it's free speech. Harry Pragerson, Dean Pragerson, right now the city is paying us $2.5 million because they violated our Constitution or our civil rights based on color. Mark Brown did it. If you guys really want a free speech conference, please see me down there at your trucks. I will give it to you.
Thank you. We have one final speaker for general public comment. That's Joanelle Romero. And that will close out our public comment for today. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for this time and this opportunity to share with you. I stand here before you on the shoulders of my ancestors' ancestors, the direct bloodline of Geronimo, who stood and fought for our women and our children. Red Nation is hosting the second annual American Indian Heritage Month in the city of Los Angeles. Our theme this year is honoring American Indians as the nation's first environmentalists with 10 events. On November 1st, in Councilmember Tom Labaj's district, a traditional sunrise respecting the water of life ceremony was held. It was attended by one of our most treasured spiritual leaders, Pete Catches from South Dakota. On November 2nd, in Councilmember Richard Alicon's district, we produced the first Environmental Youth Empowerment Summit in partnership with Help the Earth, which was founded by Montaño Rain, who's present today. He's 13 years old. We worked with over 200 youth and spiritual leaders in our community. Today, in 20 minutes, November 9th, in Councilmember Ed Reyes' district, we are having a neighborhood blessing ceremony, bringing together all the surrounding neighborhoods. November 10th, in Councilmember Jose Rizar's district, the first American Indian parade ever in downtown LA. This is a historic happening. November 10th and 11th in Councilmember Ed Reyes' district, the first Red Nation powwow at the Los Angeles State Historic Park, including Native Women in Music concert dedicated to our heroes, the LA County firefighters, and honoring our veterans.
Appreciate your comments very much. Just one last sentence, if you could wrap up.
Can they give up their minutes?
I'm sorry, we only have one card. If somebody else, but nobody can yield their time. I'm sorry.
Okay,
But if they'd like to put a card in, we'd be happy to hear from others as well. They can then speak to us, but they can't give you their time, unfortunately. So if you could wrap things up, that would be great.
Okay, I will wrap it up really fast. This year, our American Indian Heritage Month has not been declared, and Red Nation asked the Council today if they would declare our second annual American Indian Heritage Month in the City of Los Angeles. Red Nation further requests that the City have the Red Nation flag hung in Council chambers the week of Thanksgiving for November 19th to the 26th in honor of our American Indian ancestors who were murdered during the American Indian Holocaust from 1492 to present day.
Thank you. I'm going to have to cut you off there, but thank you so much. We appreciate your comments, and that will close our general public comment. Thank you. There was no objection to taking out of order item 39, so I'd like to recognize Mr. Parks on item 39 to begin.
Thank you, Mr. President. This item has not had a public hearing, so I'd ask that we have a 20-minute public hearing. I believe we have about 9 cards on file, and if we can have that. What I'd like to do, and I think it would make it a little more orderly as to understanding it, is to start off with Yemi Kuko from the NAACP that will give the kind of the premise, and we'll move from there. Mrs. Washington, if you could go also from the LA branch, we can probably, and Mr. Hassan from the NAACP. We have 2 board members here from the national NAACP, Willis Edwards, along with our speaker. So we can get that done, which sets the premise for where we're going to go.
Good morning. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I bring you greetings from the Beverly Hills Hollywood branch of the NAACP and the NAACP Youth and College Division. My name is Yemi Kuku, and I currently serve as a national board member for an organization that has been fighting for civil rights for the past 98 years. To use the word of our own Vic Bullock, director of the Hollywood Bureau, we believe that the racism that exists in every level of our nation is taught. Media, particularly television and music, have shown themselves to be very powerful teachers in this day and age. We recognize that when it comes to shaping minds and formulating perceptions, the media, or the images and ideas that we are flooded with on a daily basis, are paramount in that regard. It is this understanding of the power of our media that has prompted us to seek the elimination of the use of defamatory language and degrading images that are so prevalent in our public space. These occurrences underline a fundamental disregard for African American citizens and culture and make room for injustices like the cases of Michael Bell in Gina, Louisiana, or Megan Williams in West Virginia, or a whole slew of cases that are similar that are now recently being covered by the media. In response, we have launched a nationwide initiative to end the prevalence of racist, sexist language, images, and concepts in the media by holding industries accountable and creating a shift in personal behavior. The STOP campaign, an initiative of the NAACP Youth and College Division, seeks to stop the demeaning African American images in the media, particularly with respect to the portrayal of African American women and the use of vile and the destructive N-word. In fact, it can be noted and applauded that we were able to remove the N-word from Webster's dictionary because it is baseless and a very, very, very inflammatory word. As our NAACP Youth and College Division Director, Stephanie L. Brown, has stated, the time has come for us to stop using and responding to derogatory words.
Go ahead. Just finish your sentence.
We sincerely appreciate and value the partnership of the great city of Los Angeles, its council members and citizens in this effort to end the use of the N-word and language that degrades our community. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Washington.
You're the only. Okay. Are we good?
Whomever.
Okay, we only have 20 minutes now.
Your time is running.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I guess you can see I get very emotional about this subject. I grew up in Arkansas.
And your name, please?
Beg your pardon?
Your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Geraldine R. Washington, and I'm president of the Los Angeles NAACP.
Thank you.
I have been an NAACP fighter for civil rights for many, many years, and it certainly is gratifying for me to be able to say again what the first speaker said, and that is that the NAACP was successful in helping to get that word, the N-word, stricken from the Webster's Dictionary, or I understand in some cases having the meaning changed so that it does not indicate what is often used. I can't even say the N-word because even that is offensive to me. But just so you know, the NAACP for years has objected to the use of that word in city and public places and even among ourselves. So I want to thank Councilman Parks for his vision, which is if we can reduce the use of that N-word, that it will certainly help solve some of the problems and maybe prevent incidents like the one that we just witnessed in Gina. So thank you, Councilman Parks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Okay.
Please come forward. Your name, please.
Yes. Thank you. My name is Ron Hassan. I'm the president of the Beverly Hills Hollywood branch of the NAACP. It has been 1 year since Richard Kramer appeared on television using the N-word. Since then, the NAACP has had a number of activities to make the world aware of the negative aspects of the use of the N-word. We're thankful that the city is recognizing that this word has no place in our society today and is acting and reacting to it. We, the NAACP, have got our youth involved in a youth movement. And as you see in Yemi Kuku standing before you representing the youth across the nation, we definitely feel and know that the youth as well as the adults find this word very derogatory and find that there's no place for it in our society. We hope that the city will continue to be a leader, the city of Los Angeles with its diverse community, in ending those defamatory comments and words that hurt our society and hurt us as African American people. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Next speaker.
We'd like to ask Brenda Marsh Mitchell.
Please identify yourself, ma'am.
Brenda Marsh Mitchell, Mothers in Action, and I'd like to thank Councilman Parks for bringing this motion today. On behalf of Mothers in Action, our 5,000 members, and the Respect Me Coalition, we ask you to do the right thing today. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have some public speakers cards, Mr. Parks. You ready for those?
We'd like to ask Mr. Smith to come up from the United Voices of a Common Cause.
H. Lewis Smith?
Yes.
Lewis Smith. Mr. Smith, please.
Good morning, Mr. President, council members, and Councilman Parks. My name is H. Lewis Smith. I'm founder CEO of the United Voices for a Common Cause, and I'm here on behalf of United Voices for a Common Cause in support of Councilman Parks' resolution to ban the N-word. One thing needs to be made clear. This word is unlike any other word in the English language. There are a number of groups who have offensive and denigrating words to describe them. And there's also an assumption that the N-word belongs as nothing more than just another ordinary word or as a racial and denigrating slur. Nothing could be further from the truth. The N-word tag, for more than 200 years, served as more than just a racial slur. Its purpose and intent was not to necessarily create hurt or pain, but a license to terrorize, brutalize, maim, rape, kill, torture, castrate, sodomize with hot pokers, boil and burn alive. A race of people who were considered to be lower than an animal, subhuman, and only 3/5 of a human being, and thus they were branded with the N-word. The multitude of millions of victims who were subjected to such horrors are not here to defend themselves, and so, as a descendant, I am here to defend them. We share with the true intent, purpose, and meaning of this word. So therefore, it's incumbent upon the descendants of these victims to stand up and be counted. The descendants must learn to acknowledge the sacrifices and struggles of their victimized descendants, and we do this by condemning any and all attempts to place the very word that served as a license to kill, the N-word. There are men who wish to place this on a medal of honor, and whom this should not be. To deny the true intent and purpose of this word is to deny all the horrible and obnoxious acts that were carried out against our ancestry. The embracing and acceptance of this word implies condoning all the sordid, fiendish, sadistic, vicious, and bloodthirsty acts perpetrated upon my ancestors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Parks, for the resolution.
Mr. Parks, you have some other speakers?
Yes,
I have some cards here.
Yes, if we could ask Mr. Kyle Doss to come up along with Gloria Allred.
Thank you very much. I'm Attorney Gloria Allred. With me is Kyle Doss. He is one of my clients, and I have 3 other young African-American clients who were the victims of Michael Richards, and we're here in support of Councilman Parks' resolution. On November 17, 2006, 4 young African-Americans, including my client Kyle Doss, attended a surprise birthday party for one of their friends at the Laugh Factory in Los Angeles. Michael Richards of Seinfeld was performing there that night. At one point, he commented from the stage about the dumb Mexicans in the cheap seats. Kyle, who was sitting near his friend who was Latino, responded, quote, "My friend doesn't think that's very funny," end quote. Mr. Richards responded in a hostile and threatening manner that was caught on tape. He shouted, quote, "Shut up. 50 years ago, we'd have you upside down with an effing," and he used the word, "fork up your ass," end quote. You can talk, you can talk, you can talk. You are brave now, but throw his ass out. He's an N, he's an N, look, he's an N. And finally, he said, quote, "That's what happens when you interrupt a white man," end quote. Off the tape, Mr. Richards also suggested that he was rich and could get them arrested. After that incident, those African-American victims who had been singled out and became the targets of Mr. Richards' use of the N-word as a weapon against them approached me to represent them to seek an apology from Mr. Richards. I challenged Mr. Richards publicly to meet with my clients in person to hear directly from them the pain that he inflicted upon them and to apologize to them face to face. I suggested that this meeting take place in the presence of a mutually agreeable retired judge who, after listening to the parties, would make a recommendation as to what other action, if any, Mr. Richards should take in order to be fully responsible and accountable for his conduct. On December 1st, 2006, Mr. Richards issued a press statement, and I held a news conference in which Mr. Richards agreed to a face-to-face meeting. Although he made that agreement, he has never kept it, and he has instead refused to meet with his victims to apologize to them in an open and transparent manner. Next week, November 17th, 2007, marks the 1-year anniversary of Michael Richards' attack on these 4 innocent young people, in which he used the N-word as a weapon in the context of threats and talks of historical sexual violence against African Americans. Today, we came to support Councilman Bernard Parks' resolution to condemn the N-word in the context of threats and violence in the city of Los Angeles. Michael Richards has conceded that what he said was not part of his comedy act and that he used the N-word in an effort to hurt his victims. Such an attack should never be permitted to happen again and should not be forgotten. Many years ago, Justice Taney of the United States Supreme Court opined that, quote, "A Negro has no rights which a white man need respect," end quote. This is 2007, and African Americans do have rights that the white man, the white woman, and everyone else is bound to respect. Today we send this message to Michael Richards. We will never forgive, and we will never forget, unless you keep your promise and sit down face to face with your victims and apologize. We thank Councilman Parks for his support, and we call on the people of Los Angeles to recognize that the use of the N-word in the context of threats and violence is no joke and should never be used again against innocent victims. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parks? We have other
How many
additional
more cards do we have?
We have 9 cards. If you want to extend the time, the council would be in favor of that.
Can we extend it 10 minutes and just we'll ask people not to repeat what's been said, but have 1 minute so that they have made this trip down here that they can have their comments?
Is there any one opposed to that in the council members? Okay, that'll be the directive. And we'll add 10 more minutes. Well, 1 minute per speaker. The following speakers will have 1 minute, and there's a buzzer and a clock at the speaking table. The first speaker will be Jamie Masada. Jamie Masada, you're up.
Good morning. I'm Jamie Masada. I'm the owner of the Laugh Factory. The night Michael Richards was happening in my club, and it was unfortunate. 29 years ago, when I opened my club, Richard Pryor was the first comic was on my stage. Richard Pryor went on the stage and used the N-word. And I was very disturbed. And I talked to him and I said, why do you use it? He said, Jamie, the reason I'm using it, I'm going on Tonight Show tomorrow to do it. The reason I'm doing it, I'm trying to take a poison out of the word. And his intention was that. Then I went back to Africa. After he came back from Africa, he said, no way I can take that poison out of this word. This word hurts a lot of people. And Michael Richards, what he did in my club, I agree with Gloria and all of his victims. I've been asking him to come to apologize, not only the 4 victims, to apologize to everybody in the club they were that night. And I support Mr. Councilman Parks' resolution, and I thank him for him to do it. And I think he should be fined. The people they use it, studio people, music people, they're using that word. They should be fined so they know it's just not a resolution. It should be something somebody should pay for something. That's my suggestion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next speaker, Reverend Peterson. Reverend Peterson.
My name is Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson, and I'm with the Brotherhood Organization of a New Destiny Bond. I oppose this resolution. This is a false attempt on Councilman Parks to cover up the fact that they have not done anything about dealing with the illegal alien gangs who are killing black Americans in South Los Angeles, running them out of their communities. It was reported in the Los Angeles Times and Newsweek that there is a deliberate effort to run black Americans out of South Central Harbor City. If you want to ban the so-called N-word, you need to encourage black Americans to stop using the word. Black folks have been using this word for the last 50 years. If they want to get rid of it, then encourage them to stop using it. And you have my word that the word will fade away. I would like to ask Councilman Park and Perry to visit some of the black families in South Central and see what they're dealing with concerning the illegal alien gangs who are taking over their houses, taking over their education, intimidating the elderly. And Councilman Perry or Councilman Park or Perry have refused to deal with those issues.
Thank you,
it's not
Reverend.
about the N-word, it's about what's happening in South Central.
Thank you, Reverend. Your time's up. Mr. Pryor, Joanne Pryor. Joanne Pryor.
Hello and good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak today. I come here to speak because I've been a registered nurse in this city and this community for the last 33 years. But my parents have been brutally attacked trying to move them out of their home in South Central. And like most of you know, sometimes with their elders, they don't want to move from where they are. My mother's house was shot up with 200 bullets. We called the police. They came. They said, well, you should just move. Well, they don't want to move. So I want to know, what is this city doing to help some of these elders who still remain in that area, who don't feel like selling their home for a small amount and trying to go somewhere and reorganize their lives all over again. I want to find out why Mayor Villaraigosa, in every incident with Hispanics being hurt, that he runs out there and stands up and says, we're going to find these culprits. But with my family who's been here, my father who served in your armies, I who have stood in your hospitals, and my mother who has worked in your factories, does not even have a voice when something happens to them, that this council won't come out and see what they can do to help my family. And thank you for letting me speak.
You're welcome. Dr. Dorothy Valenti. Dr. Valenti.
Good afternoon, City Council members, and I want to give thanks to Bernard Parks for having a vision to at least bring forth words of racism to the entire international community as well as America. The first law of God is treat every human being like a human being. So when you disrespect any human being, you have disrespected the people of God, which is the entire continent. Second, I want to say, in reference to the issue that my sister brought up here, is that I have, since last year, written to the City Council, to the Mayor, to the Governor, to Bratton, to Villaraigosa, in reference to Mexican gangs terrorizing South Central LA, the black people in the community, and to the 150 young black men that's been buried every month due to this racial violence. It's a greater threat to our Commonwealth than using the N-word. And not one of the people that I have written letters to has ever responded, ever returned a phone call or email. So I want to thank you, but I think that you need to focus your attention on South Central LA and this community, because it's like a cancer in the community. When you have one race of people exterminating another race of people, and those that sit in authorities do nothing about it. Thank you.
Doctor, I would suggest over to the right, there's a number of Los Angeles Police Department brass, commanders, assistant chiefs, deputy chiefs. You may want to discuss some of the issues with them before you leave. Attorney Hank Sands.
Thank you. I am at once offended and pleased by the N-word efforts today. I'm pleased because it appears that you might want to do black people some good, and they do need better treatment by America, for sure. I am offended because you are taking a paternalistic attitude toward me and my people and assuming the role of our father instead of our government. The N-word is not a serious problem, and is certainly not worthy of the valuable attention of this august body. You choose to attack this word because it is part of a current false controversy created by America's nigger whisperer core. America cultivates a core of so-called black leaders who I call nigger whisperers, who sit in the wings quietly, and when blacks become infuriated because something bad happens, like getting shot in the vestibule 41 times in New York City, they trot out these nigger whisperers who believe that their job is to continue to be, in order to continue to be accepted as black leaders by white America, is to soothe black people's furrowed brows. What you need to deal with are the economic issues of facing black people, and not dwell and use this august body's time on a word.
Thank you. Matt Dowd, followed by Matt Hunt.
Thank you. Yeah, Matt Dowd, Channel 35. You've seen me here. I agree with Gloria Allred. That particular case was atrocious. Michael Richards, that's shocking, and he took everybody back 100 years. But that doesn't mean there are appropriate uses in a political sense. And this has got to be the dumbest thing that the city of Los Angeles has ever done, because look at all the media here now. Look at everybody. This is like a circus. It's completely unnecessary, but the bottom line is you're discriminating against people out here on the beach that you gave a permit to, and that's why the guy's in here wearing the shirt, and that's why he's going to continue to say it, because that's what he says you're making him. Now, if you look at the language in this motion, that's exactly what you've done to this guy. You've turned him into a... And you can fill in the blank, folks. So yeah, Michael Richards, needs to have his balls cut out. Really, that's where I'm at.
Thank you. Michael Hunt.
All right, y'all, let's don't get it wrong. I, too, agree with Gloria Albright. And I say that I want to hang up the T-shirt, too. But the city of Los Angeles has discriminated against me. These guys wasn't with me when they arrested me 24 times after selling me a permit to sell shea butter, which is protected, like Dean Pregerson said. These guys wasn't with me 24 times when I went to jail. These guys didn't stand up for 200 people trying to work down on the boardwalk trying to feed their families. I earned this position right here. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. You can't call anybody the N-word. But what the city have done to me is what I always say is called the nigger act. And that's discrimination. That is not anything other than discrimination. 24 times I went to jail after the city of Los Angeles sold me a permit to do that. But it was already protected because Dean Pregerson said in federal court.
Thank you. David Hernandez.
Good morning. My name is David Hernandez. I think we've seen this week that this council is capable of doing some very admirable work. And I hadn't planned on speaking today. And I think that any step in the right direction is a step in the right direction. However, as a young Latino growing up in a Jewish community in North Hollywood, I'm not unfamiliar with name calling. However, since we have an opportunity to vote on a motion, I would have liked to have seen that said, declaring the symbolic moratorium against the killing of African Americans in our communities by other racial groups. That is something that must be addressed, and I know that this council will be able to do it. So thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker, Mr. Hermes Alameu. Or Macias, I may have mispronounced that.
That's all right. It's Ermias Alamayo, for the record. I'm with Bond. I'm the Director of Public Relations for Bond, Brotherhood Organization of a New Destiny. And I'm really sad that our officials, like Councilman Parks and Ms. Perry over here, refuse to address the real issues that are going on in the black community. They say we need a symbolic moratorium on the N-word. How about a moratorium on out-of-wedlock births, on gang violence, on high school dropouts, on Hispanic on black killings? What about a moratorium on that? This is a symbolic act. It has no power. And most of the people that use the N-word, black kids use it all the time towards each other. So are you going to call for a moratorium against black people using that word? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Parks, and all the support here today for pursuing this symbolic moratorium, and particularly the Respect Me Coalition, the Mothers in Action, recently formed by Brenda Marsh Mitchell, women reaching out and empowering each other and understanding that the power is within ourselves to either reject this, teach our families, teach our communities that this is a toxic word, and when a word like that is used, it not only hurts us, it hurts all of us, not just one of us, but all of us, and that goes well beyond even African American people. And I think about the children who were here in the council chamber this morning from Main Street Elementary School, and some of the exchanges we've had in the past that children have witnessed. Children shouldn't have to witness things like that. That's not what we're here to do, to teach them that is acceptable, because it's actually not. And I thank God live in a country where I have the freedom to speak, to say that I don't like it, I'm not going to tolerate it, and I reject it, and I reject people using that, whether they're African American or whether they're white or whether they're any color. I don't care what color they are. It's a disgusting, toxic, filthy word. And when I was called that word on many occasions growing up, it affected me so much psychologically that to this day, even to this day, I remember the name and the place of the person that used those words, that word in particular, and directed it to me, towards me. I'll never forget that. And even 20, 25, 30 years later, I still remember it like it happened yesterday. So I just want to say thank you, and I think this is a good template for the future, and it gives me optimism, and it gives me hope, and it gives us a network through which we can communicate together to share feelings and to share our beliefs that I think everybody can embrace. So thank you.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the things I just want to make clear is that this motion wasn't to put together the cure poverty and every other ill in the world. We have a number of young people that have come forward who have on their own, the Common Voice group that said we want to go out into schools and begin to discourage, create activities for kids to understand how degrading the use of the word amongst themselves and dealing with the general public. Ms. Brenda Marsh-Mitchell and her group dealing with the Respect Me zeroed in on the entertainment issue in the sense of sending a message that we should not be buying the products of those who are using those words to degrade women and degrade an entire race. And so these are the issues. And then when we are about to celebrate the one-year anniversary of probably the most visible use of the word in our community at the Laugh Factory, we thought it was appropriate to bring all of these issues together. The one area that we did not comment on is that our own rules of decorum in the City Council were altered because of the use of the word, in which by law we were told that by the City Attorney we could not stop the word, but we certainly could stop the disruption that the word caused. And so with all these things going on, we thought it'd be important to have the NAACP, who started this journey years ago to get the word moved out of the dictionary. They were successful in 2003. It's built on that to where now young people are saying they want to take an active role. Other people are looking at seeing where the entertainment industry is driving that particular issue, and our own council is taking action. So again, it may not cover everybody's wishes, but also we're not saying this word is more harmful than any other racial slur. It just happens to be that these groups zeroed in on a word that impacts their community, and we certainly, in general, would say clearly that any discriminatory language, actions are unacceptable in any community. But it's the only way we can highlight a group of people who have chose to find a way to express themselves in their own community and to bring this to the forefront, that in hopes that the City of LA will send that symbolic message that it's unacceptable in every form of life, whether it's joking amongst kids, whether it's in music, whether it's in movies, whether it's in print, whether it's in front of the City Council. It's unacceptable, it's disruptive, it's the kind of thing that creates trauma, violence, and a number of other things as a reaction to it. And so we would hope that as we move forward, that people understand that this was not to stop world hunger. This is a very narrow approach of dealing with an issue that affects a certain community that they're standing up today and for the last several decades and saying unacceptable, stop it. Either if you're black, white, or whatever your color is, stop using the word. It is not a matter of decorum or civility amongst each other, and it's unacceptable under any conditions. And so I'd ask for an aye vote on this motion.
Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a tough one for me, folks, and I'll tell you why. When I was 22 years old, I was walking across the campus, and 5 guys came over the hill and shouted, "You effing faggot." And I was beaten up. I tried to defend myself as best I could. I did get up the next morning, black and blue. I know what a hate crime is. I personally know, as an openly gay guy, at times I walk out of a bar somewhere on earth and somebody will roll down the window and shout out, "Faggot!" And all of a sudden I remember when I was 22 years old and beaten up. What Mr. Parks is basically saying here is that the N-word in the context of threats and violence, and as an openly gay man, I can tell you how my people feel. We have been threatened, and we have been beaten up, and we have been discriminated. And if somebody's just my friend and says, hey, sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me, has always been my motto in life, okay? But when it comes on with the intensity and with the fury, like Mr. Parks is talking about, and like the gentleman spoke with Ms. Elrod's articulation there, it brought me back to what gay people go through and still go through. In fact, in some places on earth, we're killed right now when we find out we're gay. In our country, in its don't ask, don't tell business, we can't even say who we are. So it's a civil rights issue on one level, and it's a very personal issue on another level. So if we can symbolically say, stop it in the context of this violence, I support this, and I can tell you every gay and lesbian person in America supports this. We have had enough of our discrimination and violence. Mr. Parks, thanks for your leadership on this. Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon.
Members, I remember a scene in one of Spike Lee's movies where the Korean merchant yells out that essentially, I am one of you too. And until all of us realize that we all have been victims of some form of discrimination and racial slurs or ethnic slurs or gender slurs or sexual preference slurs, until we all realize that we all have our vulnerabilities in that respect, we will not appreciate the vulnerabilities that the other person has. And so I want to thank Councilman Parks for bringing this issue to the floor, if only to be a symbol, if only to express again how terrible we think this particular word is. And I do distinguish it from other words. I do think it is particularly terrible. There are many words that affect my culture and my heritage, but this word is particularly devastating. I also rise on behalf of my granddaughter, who is half African American, and I think that she needs to know that she is welcomed into our family, and she is embraced, and she is a full participant in our family. I remember when my father, who just passed away last year, when I told him my daughter was going to have Cheyenne, and he said, is it from the African American person that I met? And I said, yes. And I paused, wondering what my dad might say, having been born in a different generation, and was stunned when he said, you know, I almost married an African American when I was in World War II. And you could have been born in England. It's amazing that my father kept that from us all this time. But the fact is that there are many, many people who would like to be able to open their arms to all cultures. But because we do not have an open policy, and because we do not express ourselves, sometimes out of fear of retaliation, just for liking somebody else, we get shunned. So I don't have any problem with bringing this discussion into the full light of day again, to remind folks, to expand on those who might welcome the discussion because they're sick of this word, and know that maybe we've moved just an inch further, but that's an inch further than we were yesterday. So thank you again, Councilman Parks. I don't know what the heck Michael Richards was doing, and I don't care. It's done, and hopefully we will gain some benefit in the aftermath of that incident. Jamie, I know you're a good man, and I've done some events with you, and I know that that does not reflect your institution, and I think that should be said on the public record as well. I know you have been a champion of civil rights, and you're deserving of that credit. And it's too bad that your institution was tarnished because of the comments by Michael Richards. So let's continue the fight to eliminate this word. And by the way, I just want to say, and I apologize for my time being over, but I have to say, I think it's absolutely ridiculous to suggest that when an African American uses that term in a non-violent way or without threatening anybody, that somehow that's the same thing. It is not. I take it as a comment that merely is an expression of unity about the struggle and a recognition for the struggle. I could be wrong, but we have Ed, Tony, Eric, and Jose and I, we have words that also reflect that struggle, but we know them, but it's ridiculous to suggest that it's the same thing. It is not. And so I think the way that this motion reads is perfectly appropriate, and I'm very proud to support it.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to say that I rise in complete support, Councilmember Parks, of what you're doing here today. And I appreciate all of you who came down to testify on this today. And yes, it's symbolic. It's a symbolic moratorium, but I think it's significant that we do this today as the second largest city in the country. We are sending a very loud message that we recognize that this word should have no place in our language. And it was very moving to me, Ms. Perry, to hear you talk. And Councilmember Perry is, I think, one of the 15 most powerful people in Los Angeles. She has risen to an incredible level of success, and yet to hear her say today that she still remembers the face of the person that used that word towards her was very significant to me. And the problem with that schoolyard chant, sticks and stones can break my bones, but words will never hurt me, is it's not true. It's not true at all. Words are so powerful. Words are so lasting. Words do hurt. And I think we can all, whoever we are, point to a time in our life where we were humiliated, embarrassed, and hurt very deeply by some form of name calling. It's interesting to me that we're in the midst of the writer's strike. And we on the City Council took a position the other day supporting the writers. And if words weren't so powerful, all of the industry would not be coming to a grinding halt because of the words that are not yet written and spoken. It would be nice if the Writers Guild would join with us and also make a movement towards not writing that word anymore so that it was never spoken by anyone on the stage or the screen or the internet. And that's something I think we should urge them to do. So I stand in support of this. I think it's right. And you know, people say, well, what good is it doing that you're doing this? Well, what are you really doing here? But I remember when Councilwoman Perry said, let's stop saying South Central Los Angeles. And a lot of people kind of made fun of that. Guess what? People aren't saying South Central Los Angeles anymore. It's not being written in the Times. It's not being spoken on the radio. We've basically eliminated that derogatory term about a part of Los Angeles. So what we do here is important. What we do here is significant. And I would like to have a moratorium on gang violence. I would like to have a moratorium on dropouts in the school. And this does not prevent us, or actually this does move us towards having the self-respect that our young people need to have so that maybe they won't be dropping out, maybe they won't be throwing their lives away, and maybe they won't be having the hope or the promise that we know is the right of every young person in this fair city. So thank you, Bernard Parks, for doing this.
Council President Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. Hahn, for your articulate words, and Mr. Parks for introducing this. You know, I've come to the Horseshoe to speak on this because I think of the importance, but also the position Mr. Parks has asked me to speak about from my perspective as sitting in the chair of the President here. In conducting these meetings, I couldn't have paid for or asked for a better demonstration of how free speech can function. Free speech does not give you the right to be a jerk, an idiot. It does not give you the right to break the law and be disruptive. You have that right already. Free speech allows you to say all sorts of stupid things, and a lot of people distinguish themselves by coming forward and doing that. Free speech also gives us the ability to ask of folks that they not make fools of themselves, but secondly also that they, for the young people, the impressionable people, if that's their decision, they certainly have the right, and we've protected that right here, to say all sorts of things. But the impact is that it just closes people's ears off every time they do that. The impact is that it wounds and it hurts, and it turns people away who might be allies, might be friends, might be open. They just stop listening. I've seen that with my colleagues, and I've seen that impact here. It brings forward experiences like what Ms. Hahn mentioned, where people do remember the sting of certain things, and it doesn't open them up. It does quite the contrary. It closes them off, and it peripheralizes the speaker. But you know what? Those speakers have the right to do that. But what we have the right to do is to fight that as vigorously with every fiber in our soul against that. Every single time we hear a word which burns, no matter how somebody wants to justify its use, we have the right to say it still burns. And you're wrong to use it no matter what the context. And while the Constitution will protect your right to do so, and we as a council will protect your right to do so, we have a protected right to say, that's dumb, that's stupid, that's juvenile, that's hurtful, it's impressionable upon young people, it's impressionable upon others, and you can keep doing it. Knock yourself out. 600 times, come back for another 600. But what's important is for people to recognize the wounds that words do cause. And I think Ms. Hahn hit it there on shoulders. We all get to a point where we mature and we grow up where words mean less and less. But it's only because of the sting of overcoming what they did mean to us earlier in our lives. When we are taken, and by the virtue of the color of our skin, the language that we speak, the religion that we practice, the people that we love, unchangeable characteristics that people will assign a name, even if they justify, well, listen to it in the context, or I'm just trying to wake you up. Those things do have an impact, and it contributes to the bad in the world every time you say it. You wear it, you express it. So I join Mr. Parks today and this council in speaking out with that God-given right and with that constitutional given right to say that we decry this word. We call on people not to use it. We call on America to overcome hundreds of years and to move on to the promise that we all expect from this country that we still don't see.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I think even though this is a resolution and this body is here to make motions and change the policies of the city of Los Angeles, I wish we could make it a policy, but we're not gonna, because this is a community and a country of freedom of speech. But also at the same time, in our Constitution, there are a lot of words that talk about responsibility. It talks about equality. It talks about treating people the way you want to be treated. Those are the foundations of what makes this country great. In my opinion, when somebody takes a snippet of what this country is really about and abuses it, that's wrong. And when you say the N-word, or me being a Latino, the son of Mexicans, when you say the M-word in a bad way, yeah, it's the same thing as the N-word. When you say the W word toward Mexicans who are cleaning your yard and doing things of that nature, yeah, it's just as bad, and it's wrong. There are many positive ways in which we can communicate, and when somebody uses the N-word, in my personal opinion, whether they think they're positive or evoking something or what have you, I think that people need to be very careful and recognize that there's probably a better way to get that point across. When we talk about a moratorium on the use of the N-word in the city of Los Angeles, I think it's important. I hope the Los Angeles Times and the Daily News and these cameras are here to listen to this debate, because this is important as anything else. Maybe fortunately or unfortunately, the children that were here in this room are no longer here. But I was a kid at one time. And I don't know if it was subliminal or conscious that when people disrespected my mother and father because they could barely speak English and used the M word and the W word, and I honestly don't think my mom and dad even understood what the W word was when people used it against them. And maybe, thank God, they didn't know, because they were just humble people just getting along, moving along. When I was a little kid, I used to go with my parents and I was their interpreter, or my brother or my sister was, or what have you. And I remember now, as an adult, as I roll back in my mind all of those incidents where people disrespected my humble parents. It's the same thing that somebody does when they use the N-word or any other hurtful word. It's just wrong. It's disrespectful. And this country allows people to express themselves and be self-disrespectful. That's your right. But I think it's important, and I support a very tough human being who can handle probably any word thrown at him, Mr. Parks. I support him in this very delicate, important resolution that's before us today. Thank you for bringing it up. It's not a matter of how tough you are. It's a fact of what's right and what's wrong. And there are very young people who might not be able to handle it, that need to understand that we're there for them, and we agree that they shouldn't have to deal with it. Thank you.
Mr. Zion is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we look around this room, what we see is a reflection of this country. This country is different than other countries. This country has great diversity. And when we look around this country, we look at all the diversity, the ethnic groups. Which group has not had a negative name? Whether it's Middle Eastern or Asian or Latino, they've all had a negative name. And how has it impacted them? How have the people who live in the United States been impacted by those names? We see the news, what happened in a little town called Jena. And this morning on the national news, I saw a sign where they had a restroom and it had the name colored. It had the name colored on the name of the restroom. Racism is alive and well in this country. Sad, but true. This is a country of great diversity. And when you travel to other countries, you don't see the diversity. They don't have the diversity that we have, which is our strength here in the United States. And when I am of Lebanese ancestors, I have been called a sand N many times because of my ancestors coming from the Middle East. My colleague Ed Reyes, I'm sure, being Latino, my colleague Bernard Parks, being African American, and all of the colleagues, Mr. Weiss, we've all had that at one time in our life. And if we don't take a stand to stop it somewhere, it'll just continue. It'll continue and never be addressed. So I join my colleagues, Mr. Parks, in taking a step forward to say it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable to discriminate against people. It's not acceptable in the United States of America. And again, this country is unique in that an individual can come from an immigrant family and become whatever they wish to pursue. Those opportunities are not spread across the globe. So for the benefit of the people in the United States that have this opportunity, we in this council take the appropriate step to say we won't accept it. And to wear a shirt that some people like to wear because they are of a certain group discriminates against that group, and it horrifies other groups of people. So I join Mr. Parks in this, but this is the beginning of what should be the place. And we shouldn't have a sign that says colored restroom, and we shouldn't have nooses hanging around certain places. because what it does is reflect racism. And whether it's against African Americans or Latinos or Middle Easterns, it's wrong, it's illegal, and it's not what is American. And we are one country that has liberty and justice for all people, one country under one flag. So, Mr. Parks, congratulations, I support you.
Mr. Reyes.
I just want to rise and support my colleagues, council members Perry and Parks, and just for the future of our generations to come in this country, I support you. Thank you.
That's our final speaker on the queue. Nobody else wishes to be heard. Let's go ahead on this item. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. That will be sent forthwith. Thank you all very much. Next item, Ms. Gruhl has asked, out of order, if there's no objection, to take item 34. Seeing no objection, Ms. Gruhl, 34.
President, thank you. We do have representatives from the Department of Transportation and from, I think, the MTA that are present here today. If they could come to the front. Colleagues, the item before you is regarding the Metro fare reimbursement. As many of you know, we have a system whereby in the past the MTA has agreed to allow a individual who takes the bus and then transfers on to a dash bus or other locations the opportunity to use that same pass. And the opportunity to have the ease of doing business and being able to get on that system where they don't have to pay another quarter or have a different pass. And so this has been in existence, I believe, and I'll let the department, 1999?
1987.
1987, where they have been actually reimbursing us for the cost of those individuals who have used their passes. It's important to note as well, but there are other buses that we have, then in fact the city eats that cost. It's kind of in a shared partnership on how we deal with the millions of travelers that take our buses. What happened in this instance is that the MTA made a decision without the board's action in taking away that reimbursement. Now, for the City of Los Angeles, this is not a money issue in some ways because we would be charging those individuals. What it does is go in the exact opposite direction of what we've been trying to do, which is to have that system where you have one pass, one ability to get on the bus and do that. And so what originally was before us, and the recommendation from the Department of Transportation was to allow us to begin charging those individuals. We have amended that at this point and asked the MTA to reconsider their decision because it was a decision made solely by Roger Snowball. I did have an opportunity to talk to Richard Katz yesterday and mentioned also to Mr. Parks, who is another member of the MTA board, to ask them to suspend this action for January 1. That's why we're having to come so quickly, and have the board have a debate and dialogue about this because we think it's greater than the amount of dollars. It's actually about creating the system. And so I'd ask that maybe the department give a brief overview and the MTA to respond as well to my comments. And nice to see you back, and sorry you're in the hot seat on this one, but to be able to respond to that and then ask that we adopt the report done by the Transportation Committee this week. Mr. Lefton.
Jim Lefton with the Department of Transportation. As Councilmember Gruhl mentioned, there's been an existing agreement in place since 1987 whereby LADOT has been accepting Metro passes on its Commuter Express and selected Dash services and gets reimbursed by the Metro for doing so. In addition, on our rest of our community Dash services, we've been accepting the Metro senior and disabled passes without reimbursement. The same for Downtown Dash, accepting all Metro passes on Downtown Dash without reimbursement. We think it's a great agreement, and we've been pushing Metro to expand the agreement to include all of our services. Recently, we received a letter from Metro indicating that they're going to be terminating the existing agreement effective January 1st. And our concern is that that will have a negative impact on our riders and will reduce transit ridership in the region.
And just state your name for the record. So.
Jerry Matsumoto, Metro Chief Operating
Sorry, we're having trouble with your microphone. Could you use Mr. Lefton's microphone? Thank you.
Terry Matsumoto, Metro Chief Financial Services Officer and Treasurer. Mr. Lefton is absolutely correct in the potential impacts here. From Metro's perspective, it is pretty much a business decision where it is about money. There was a very heated discussion as the Metro Board took a very tough decision to raise fares this past summer, effective July 1st, and it was very clear to us as staff that the board wanted us to look at every way possible to mitigate our continuing structural deficits. We are looking at a number in the range of $70 to $75 million, and we do feel that over the time of this agreement, there have been new pass products such as the Easy Pass and TAP, which will ease some of this burden.
But the Easy Pass and TAP is more costly than the existing one and isn't the same as doing this, right?
Correct. It's not the same.
So we just believe that, and I know the MTA is trying to, but how large is your budget?
We're approximately $3 billion.
$3 billion, okay. And the cost of this is $785,000?
The actual fare revenue portion is that there is a formula allocation piece that goes with it. About $1 million in total.
About $1 million total.
Yes.
And I shared with our MTA representative the other day that we'd also heard that the MTA staff and the bus drivers and so forth had said that it was the city who was making this decision, and all that we had all these UCLA students. I don't know if you heard from them, Mr. Weiss, but UCLA students who were concerned about the fact that this was ending and it was the city's responsibility. And so we want to make it very clear that it is not something that we want, and we would like this full council to take a position that says to the MTA, do not implement this on January 1st, and to ask the board to have the debate and the dialogue so not only the ridership but the electeds and the members that represent the City of Los Angeles will have the opportunity to engage in this, and that it is not an administrative decision, but one in which there's full dialogue, debate, and transparency on it. And so I would ask for an aye vote on the Transportation Committee's report that we adopted on Wednesday. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Rosendahl. Okay, I think Mr. Rosendahl has been taken off the queue, so we'll go ahead and...
I think he's coming back.
He's coming, okay. Hold on one second. Okay, Mr. Rosendahl withdraws his request, so with that, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next item is item number 15, and that was called special by Councilmember Rosendahl, and there are also cards on this item.
Thank you. This item, sorry, I stepped into the chair. This is which item that we are before us?
It would be item number 15, and that was called special by Councilmember Rosendahl, and there are also cards.
And there's been no public hearing on this item?
Yes, there has been public hearing held on this.
Okay, since Mr. Rosendahl has stepped out for a moment, can we go to the next item?
That would be item number 25, and there is a card on this item.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Matt Dowd on item number 25.
Thank you. 2 minutes. And let me point out first that while I'm in the political speech zone, if I use the word nigger or fuck, it's not intended to be used threatening or a violent manner. Thank you. It's only for a political purpose.
Can we stop his time?
I want to make...
And Madam President, if I could just educate Mr. Dowd, possibly, that a city council meeting is a limited public forum. It's not the same as a traditional public forum as the boardwalk. So your words, if they do cause a disruption, you can be warned, and then if you continue, you can be asked to leave.
Thank you. I'll just burn up a few more seconds since the clock, I only operate on the clock, apparently. So yeah, the special event fee waivers. Down to 3 now. Looks like as soon as Matt Dowd says these are all good, the mayor steps in and says, uh-oh, Matt Dowd says these are good, we better clamp down on them. So from now on, everything I say will be the opposite, and that way the mayor will act on it. So, Mr. Mayor, keep an eye on the city attorneys. They're earning their money. Boy, listen to them. They got their eye on me. Everything I say got to be exactly right, doesn't it, Mr. Attorney? But no, these are good. I like these community events. I'm all for the community. It's not much. $1,600 here, $1,600 there. And then here's one for the Nike. See, a big corporate sponsor, and the city's getting them to reimburse the fees. So thank you, Mr. Jack Weiss. Took a long time, we said it before, but now it looks like the mayor's getting involved in this because I said these were okay and now he wants to shut them down. But I want to tell the mayor, leave the special event fee waivers. This is an important city service. If you want to save money, Mr. Mayor, stop wasting it in court with these assembly bills trying to take over LAUSD and all the other claptrap and everything that comes out of your office right now. That's old school. Just like the hip-hop.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, open the roll on this item, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
I think we'll go back to item number 15. Mr. Rosendahl, you called that special. There are cards, but we already did have a public hearing, so unless you ask for one, the public hearing will have already been held.
Yeah, I would like to open up the public hearing again for those cards, but I would like to ask the city staff to come on up and discuss this.
So
motion.
we'll do 1 minute for each. There are 5 cards.
There are 5 cards, 2 minutes for each, 10 minutes altogether.
Okay, we'll go for public comment
If we
on
could,
this item.
I'd like to, before public comment, ask staff to come
Okay.
up. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm Richard Gervais from the Planning Department. This appeal in front of the West LA Commission consisted of 6 points. The West LA Commission approved 2 of the points and added verbiage to certain conditions. This appeal is not about the project, it's about the conditions and the semantics in those conditions of the Planning Department. The other 4 conditions, the West LA Planning Commission did not approve because those conditions were either about the organization of our staff reports or went beyond the existing law that this body had just modified on April 11th of this year. If they had modified conditions pursuant to this appeal, you would have then had the West LA Planning Commission dictating city policy that had just been adopted by the City Council, and there are other appeals by the same person coming through the system before other area planning commissions, and you would likely have various policies being set by various area planning commissions. Staff and the city attorney have recommended no on the points of the appeal beyond what the West LA Planning Commission changed in their decision.
Okay, can somebody put that in layman's language for people like me to understand what that was just about? Because it is on consent, and I pulled it so that we could have that discussion.
Michael LeGrand, City Planning Department. Councilman, I know that you've been very concerned about the tenant issues and relocation issues in the city as well as your colleagues. A few months back, you passed a heightened relocation plan for tenants that included more monetary as well as better assistance in finding comparable units. Those ordinances are on the books and have been passed. Are decisions consistent with those ordinances? What you have here, which you'll hear from some of the speakers, is that they would like certain things in those ordinances put into the conditions of our approval. Part of the reason why staff objects to that is because the enforcement of those conditions are done by agencies, not just the planning department. For example, the housing department has a role in the ordinance, it also has a role in the enforcement of the ordinance. And so by putting some of these issues into the conditions of approval of the tract map, one, we have a problem making the nexus that's required to put those conditions in. The other issue becomes a legal issue when they go beyond the ordinance that was just adopted by council. Now, if the applicant and the developer enter, or the appellant and the developer enter into a private party agreement, the staff has no problem with those kind of items that have been discussed so far in the public settings. And the developer has agreed to enter into a private party agreement that gives additional time for the tenants of the existing building to remain in place. And there's some other items that are kind of an enhanced relocation package. We don't see any problem with that. But again, we feel very strongly that that should be a third-party private agreement between the applicant and the tenants and their representative, rather than the City of Los Angeles, the municipal corporation.
If I could ask the city attorney, I was able to negotiate one of those settlements between tenants and the owner, and it was a side agreement, and it wasn't codified within the agreement, and we didn't ask for it because it seemed that everybody on all sides were happy with that side agreement. City attorney, does these side agreements have enforceability? Do they give comfort to tenants? And your opinion of why we can't put them in these tract map agreements?
Jerry Burge, City Attorney's Office. I agree with what Mr. LeGrand stated. He also stated the legal position. The enforceability would be between the tenants and the particular landlord. As far as the city's enforceability, again, as both Mr. Gervais and Mr. LeGrand have stated, there is no basis to impose conditions that directly conflict with the law that the council recently passed. If the council wants to have a policy discussion and decide whether to amend that recently passed law that went through exhaustive hearings, it of course can do so. And I'm happy to talk about the three particular conditions if you would like me to.
Please do.
The first condition relates to a request to require eviction prior to the recordation of a final map. The City Council has decided for, I believe, over 20 years that it would not require that as a policy decision. It wants to allow landlords to record a final map, which has a time limit, and yet wait to evict the tenants. That then allows the tenants to stay longer in their residence. Of course, if the City Council would like to, as a policy decision, change that law, we would be happy to work with you to do so. The second one requires an additional condition to require mediation that directly conflicts with the law you passed in April that said that there was a dispute resolution process. I believe that's 12.95.2 G94. The third one relates to an additional condition relating to right to return that directly conflicts with state law, the Ellis Act, that specifically discusses when and how tenants are allowed to return.
So basically, two of the 3 points, you strongly believe that if there was a policy discussion and amending laws, that would be the only way that could be done, but that would have to be a real clear appreciation of that it is a change in the law. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Would you please comment on this whole issue you've been involved in and explain what your role is on this?
Certainly. Maya Zaitsevsky, City Planning. I'm the Deputy Advisory Agency. I've worked with Mr. Weiss. He came to us through Gail Goldberg and Michael LeGrand to discuss, is there more we can do as far as notifying the tenants when tract maps are approved and there's tenants involved. And so he gave us a list of 5 conditions, has been mentioned, and it turned out after discussing it with housing, the city attorney, management, that only 2 of the 5 were applicable. And so we have been using these conditions, and Mr. Weiss is still continuing to feel that the other 3 that he's requested can be added, and so he's appealed a number of cases. So we've gone to Plum a number of times on appeal. There's a number of appeals coming up also to Plum. And so my role has just been defending our decision. We're trying to be consistent. We're trying to be fair. And as I've said to Mr. Weiss, we'll continue to work, but it seems at this point that the remaining items are really things that the council would have to consider in a separate forum, not on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I appreciate everybody's comments on that. And the attorney for the owner has prepared a proposal for the tenants that if they were to sign, he could feel comfortable in the context of the owner. And the last point in it is point 12 that says successors and assigns. This agreement shall run for the land and shall incur to the benefit of and be binding upon the parties hereto, their successors and assigns, and upon any person acquiring title to the property. If in fact this was signed by both sides, what would this mean, that point 12?
Again, for the record, Jerry Birch, City Attorney's Office. That's really for the landlord's attorney to state. It sounds to me as if the landlord is willing to negotiate with any future landlord that those conditions would remain. But I think that would be something for the landlord's representative to state.
In a historic sense, these side agreements, this would be one of those side agreements you were alluding to earlier.
Correct.
And in your experience, how long have you been in the city's attorney's office?
It's a tough one, Councilman Rosendahl. That's requiring math. In January, it will be 25 years.
And in those 25 years, these agreements, they come and they go, and you've seen them happen, correct? Occasionally.
Occasionally, because again, we do not get involved with the private agreements.
Okay, good. Well, I appreciate everybody's comments. If we could open up the public hearing, and then we'll just have Mr. Reyes say a few words, and we'll be ready to move forward with it.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas, are you okay with us going to the public hearing first? Thank you. Mr. Weiss, followed by Lily Pamagati, followed by Major Johnson, and Chuck Tenon, and Kevin Kozal.
And before it begins, this is just a reminder to the council members that this is a fair hearing matter requiring the council members' heightened attention to the speaker.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Noel Weiss. I represent the appellants. For the record, since there's no photographs here, present listening are Mr. Reyes, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Zine, Ms. Gruhl, Mr. Alarcon, and Mr. Cardenas. I don't see any other council members present in the chamber. With regard to...
If I could correct that record, there's an audio feed in the back that the council members could be listening to right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that correction. Specifically...
Excuse me, Madam President, and
also... Yes, if you just hold his time for a minute, please.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. And also, City Attorney, you might want to remind the viewers that each one of the council members who are sitting here on our screen here, we do see you, for example, at this moment. Now it's me, but they're basically following this on the screen, so when we look down sometimes we are in fact looking at the matter at hand. And also, for example, Councilmember Alarcon reminded me that he's reading item 15 as you speak as well.
No, thank you. And I appreciate that. Thank you, Councilman Cardenas. Council people, basically the issues I think that have been presented here are basically incorrect because the council has an obligation to abide by the law. The law that has never been discussed, and I think it's important even for Mr. Alacon's situation, even yesterday with the Holy Cross. There are two laws. One of them is the Subdivision Map Act. The Subdivision Map Act says that when the planning makes a decision, that it has to be consistent with the community plans. And if it's not consistent with the community plans, then that decision is unlawful. What we're talking about here are social values. We're talking about the goals and the policies that are set out in those community plans. In this case specifically, and you have in front of you the community plan of the West Los Angeles that says specifically and requires specifically that there be a finding that the track map application and the track map project be consistent with the goals and the values in that community plan. Now, what we're proposing here, and I'm running out of time, and I'm glad we have our materials, but the problem is, even in the Holy Cross situation, nobody asked, even yesterday, why it's consistent with the community plan. And the problem, and that's an important consideration, and that decision and that question hasn't been asked. And I think the city attorneys basically need to be asked, number one, yes, are we dividing airspace? Yes, we are. Because that makes it a discretionary act. 2, does the Subdivision Map Act require a specific finding that it's consistent? The answer is yes. 3, is it accurate to say the city has the power to deny a map because of the inconsistency? Yes, the city does have that power. If I can just finish 3 more questions.
Hold on, please. Let me just check with the, your time's run out. Let me check with the city attorney.
Madam President, since he is the applicant, or the appellant, he should be allowed an additional minute.
Madam Clerk, would you please put an additional minute on his clock, please?
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I appreciate that. Next question. Is it accurate to say the city has the power to deny a map because of an inconsistency between the community plan and the project? The answer is yes, the city has that power. And you guys have never really discussed this in any great detail, and it's really an important fact. And a very major thing has been missed here. Next question. Is it also accurate to say that the city has the power to impose conditions to ensure consistency? The answer is, obviously, if you can take it away, you do have that power. That the city attorney has to agree with. Next question. Obviously, they know what's in the West Los Angeles Community Plan, and then the question is, what we're talking about is now, does the track map decision letter have that consistency? The answer is no. What I'm asking for are a couple of things. One, I want mediation. We have a situation where the Ellis Act is very complicated. That mediation already exists with tenants in conversion, and Ms. Burge talked about that. My people are denied an equal protection because they're in a demolition. City planning right now mediates disputes. Okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Weiss.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker will be Lily, I guess it's Panagati. Lily Panagate, followed by Major Johnson, followed by Chuck Tenon, and Kevin Kozal.
Good afternoon, City Councilmen. I ran into you, Miss Perry, in Santa Monica, and I said, oh, I've seen you on TV. Considering what's happening today, they are doing racial cleansing because we, the working people in West LA and all over the west side, they're getting us out of there by demolishing all the buildings. You can drive in all Santa Monica and West LA, and there's no disbanding, buildings to be demolished. And even in downtown today, they were saying that the people cannot even move there. They're moving them from LA Central or whatever. But anyway, Mr. Reyes the other day on Tuesday said that if one of us was the special tenant, and we are actually all very special tenants, we're 13 people that are being disrupted and moved to we don't know where, because the relocation money only lasts about 8 months. And so I definitely cannot move. I cannot pay the rent that I'm paying right now. I help myself by renting the extra room that I have, and I'm probably going to have to live in a single, and it's going to cost $1,500, and I'm not going to be able to pay it, even that I have a business and I have a full-time job. So please do not deny this appeal. We want the tenant conditions mitigations included in the decision of the track map before they demolish the building. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Major Johnson, Chuck Tenon, and Kevin Kozal in that order.
Thank you. My name is Major Johnson, 1623 Granville Avenue. I'm an appellant. 3 points. Point one, goodbye. 37 years ago, my wife Sylvia and I moved to our current rent control department. I taught at USC and worked as a technical writer. Sylvia helped to found a prestigious nursery school and taught there for 35 years. In June, we got a surprise letter saying that under the Ellis Act, we would be evicted and our building bulldozed. Now, that's not what we're appealing. It's going to happen. We'll have to leave the West Side and probably leave Los Angeles for financial reasons, but since we're getting older and poorer, we realize that we don't belong here anymore. But we're asking, meanwhile, for our ownership, to obey the Ellis Act, for mediation and a right of return. In view of what some of the things have been said there, maybe we should just ask for them to obey the Ellis Act. But see, here's the rub. We want the commitments to be a precondition to getting the tract map, and that they be hereditary, that any new owner is bound by them. Well, why ask that? Our owners now are fair and honest. Well, for 3 to 6 months, Sylvia, my wife, will be on a walker with hip surgery. We could not possibly move. And here's our nightmare. we get another surprise letter from Shyster and Hammer attorneys saying your apartment is now owned by the Jack Ripper Syndicate of Miami and Hong Kong. Here's an offer you cannot refuse. And somewhere Jack is saying, I don't care about prior agreements and I really don't care about this Ellis law. Do what you have to do, get them out by Christmas. And then we're stuck. So as guardians of the city, we're asking you to guard us by granting our appeal or enough of it to prevent that. A private agreement that the current ones won't do it. Point 3, it's about frogs. Frogs are an endangered species. They're dying all over the world. But if something can be done to help, our owners have already been required to prove before they get their track map that they'll do it.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
And any new owner is bound for the
Chuck
same
Tenon,
commitment.
and then Kevin Kozal. Mr. Chuck Tenon, you're our next speaker. I'm sorry, sir, your time is up. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Tenon.
Chuck Tenon. The planning department is at its crossroads, as I said earlier. We have here a unity of interest between landlord and tenant. The landlord and tenants agree to, 1, record tenant relocation conditions versus the property so they bind successors. 2, that the developer abide by the Ellis Act and local laws regarding tenant relocation. 3, that Ellis Act disputes are mediated. And 4, that tenants get a right to return if condos are unsold and the right of first refusal to occupy any affordable units constructed. Yet planning wants to break this unity, divide tenants and landlords again. Why? It makes no sense. Planning has not fulfilled the law in this issue, and the West LA Community Plan is the law. Is it fair and right and proper that policies consistent with the community plan be implemented and not ignored? Bill Rosendahl wants it. Tenants want it. The landlord agreed to it. These are necessary and reasonable and lawful. Planning needs to be instructed to include them in the track map decision letter. And planning's still 20 years behind. They implement the conquer and divide and not fair resolutions. Why? And it's unite, not divide. And maybe, Ms. Burge, 25 years is too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker will be Kevin Kozal.
Good afternoon. Kevin Kozel, 1250 6th Street, Santa Monica, the law firm of Harding Larmore. I'm appearing on behalf of the property owner. We urge you to deny this appeal as recommended by staff and the Plum Committee. This project complies with all applicable laws. It complies with the new ordinances that were recently adopted by the city. It's been approved by the advisory agency. It's been approved by the West Los Angeles Planning Commission. We've had 2 Plum hearings. The Plum Committee recommends that the appeal be denied. We completely agree with the planning staff and the city attorney's office. It is not appropriate to add additional conditions that go beyond the law into this project approval that can be used as precedent. Notwithstanding that, we are willing to enter into separate agreements with the tenants. And even if you move forward today and deny the appeal, we're committed to continue working with Bill Rosendahl's office and the tenants to try to reach some agreement and enter into written agreements. We're committed to do that. But it's not appropriate to delay this project. It's recommended by staff and the Plum Committee to deny the appeal. We urge you to follow those recommendations, deny the appeal, but we will continue, as attorney for the property owner, we're committed to continue working with Mr. Rosendahl's office, Councilman Rosendahl's office, and the tenants to try to enter into separate agreements that will give them additional benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No more speaker cards. Our first speaker on the queue is Mr. Cardenas.
I'll be brief. To the staff, whichever one of you wants to answer this question, are you allowed to bring your emotions into the situation when you're giving advice, especially legal advice, on matters like this?
I'll speak to the non-legal, Michael LeGrand, City Planning Department. I'll speak to the non-legal issues and let Ms. Burge cover those. What we do as decision makers is we're fair and impartial. We listen to both sides. We look at the rules and regulations adopted by the City Council and by the legislature in terms of the State Subdivision Map Act and apply those rules consistently. So we don't let our emotions go into this, although as obviously being a human being it is difficult. We do feel for tenants and we like to see things work out in an amicable fashion.
Thank you. City Attorney's Office. similar?
Certainly, Jerry Burge, again, for the record. Our job, of course, is to protect the municipal corporation, and to that end, we do our very best to provide the best legal advice to protect that corporation.
So basically, your job in these matters, be it the department or the city attorney's office, is to make sure that you apply as best you can what is known and what is available for us to stay within the guidelines and responsibilities of this municipal body, the City of Los Angeles, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any reason, is there anything you can bring to our attention that tells us otherwise today?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. So you feel as though your work and what you brought to the table today is as thorough as your abilities provide?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Council.
Thank you. And also to Councilmember Rosendahl, I feel for the situation that we are in when we are in this situation, when we are trying to figure out how we can respect the tenants and at the same time within the confines of the responsibilities of this municipal body of having to understand that we are not God, we are not even the courts. We are a legislative body trying to act on the information that has been given to us by the professionals who are dealing with this on a day-to-day basis. Appreciate the difficult situation you're in, Mr. Rosendahl, but I think fortunately we do have confines of how we need to make decisions on this council, and I think and hope that we make the right legal decision that we have to as a municipal body in the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Next speaker is the chairperson of Planning Land Use Management Committee, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to address a couple of points for the record and respond to some of the assertions. The notion of the community plan, its inconsistency in how we are implementing this. Can someone at the table please give us some perspective on how it's either connected or disconnected or how it's folded into your decision making, understanding that we have that verbiage in the community plan?
Michael LeGrand, City Planning Department. The State Subdivision Map Act has a finding that we have made that this is not only consistent with the general plan, but also the West Los Angeles Community Plan. One of the major objectives in that plan is to provide home ownership opportunities for the residents of West Los Angeles. This project does do that by providing 18 units of ownership. It also parks it to the current standards we require, and also having guest parking. All the conditions of approval we have, the applicant has met. They have, in terms of the ones that they have agreed to in this decision letter, they haven't objected to any of these. They haven't appealed any of our conditions we place on this map. So I feel very strongly that it is consistent with the general plan as well as the community plan. There's been no variances applied for this project. This could be an apartment building by right, but because it's an airspace subdivision, we're going through the condominium process.
Now, in the hearing process, I was under the impression, and please correct me, or maybe Mr. Colzo can correct me, my understanding there are two side agreements that are impacting two tenants, but the rest of the tenants aren't part of that discussion. Is that correct? I mean, can someone clear...
I'll let the applicant's attorney speak to that.
Please hold my time. Mr. Colzo, if you don't mind. I just want to understand... We're getting different perspectives here, and I just want to, for the record, understand where you're at, understanding that you are in a position to work through these issues with the council office. But can you just clarify the status and where we're at with the tenants?
Thank you. Yes. At this point, we're only working with Noel Weiss, the attorney for the appellants. I don't know who he represents, but the owner is willing to work with any tenants that want to work with us to enter into separate agreements.
So for the record, Mr. Weiss represents two?
I don't know.
Three? We don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, so the tenants are essentially being informed by Mr. Weiss as to interpretation of what we're doing here. That's the assumption.
I suppose so.
Councilman, if I may, all the tenants are protected in terms of the ordinance that you've adopted as a council a few months back, and we have conditions in our decision letter that ensure that, and we have enforcement mechanisms available if that was not to take place. So even if a tenant isn't represented by legal counsel here today appealing this, our decision letter already protects them in terms of the laws and ordinances that are on the books. This would be something above and beyond that they may have chosen not to engage in or may not be aware of, but in terms of the standard mitigation conditions, those are in our decision letter and have been added to and are going to cover all of the tenants of this building, not just the ones that are being represented today.
As a result of our action, will there be people displaced?
Yes, they'll be displaced because of the demolition of the existing units and the new construction that would take place. There would be relocation and displacement.
But in the process, those tenants will be relocated, and there will be some that will be able to come back?
I believe they have the right for first refusal. If they wanted to purchase a unit, they have the ability to do so if they also had the means to do so.
And that's the side agreement that doesn't go with the property?
That's currently in the code, and that's required that they get right of... I'm sorry, this isn't a condo conversion, so that's part of the side agreement, I believe, is the right of first refusal.
Okay, so the side agreement memorializes that understanding, and that's what's being offered by the property owner?
I believe so.
Yes, we're willing to provide a right of first refusal to buy the condominium units at market rates.
Okay, again, I wanted to make sure we shed some light. We're probably saying the same thing over again in different ways, but we're trying our best to, one, put forth that I see an incredible amount of effort from Councilman Rosendahl and staff to accommodate those who are being essentially hurt by the way the market behaves, and that we're trying our best to create policy that softens that blow or allows more opportunities for housing within the letter of the law. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Rosendahl for the second time.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate, Mr. Reyes, what you just said and to flesh it out. If I could ask the attorney for the property owner to come up for another question and just hold my time. Hi, how many tenants are in there? How many units are we talking about altogether?
I believe there are 17 units.
17 units. And you're willing to offer all 17 unit occupants a side agreement that would enhance their opportunities?
Yes, we're willing to work with all of the tenants.
And when you demolish the building and say your condos are built and, in fact, the market suggests you want to rent them out, would they have a right of return to those into a new building but back into a rental row?
Not under the current law, no.
Yeah, it's another policy issue, Ms. Birch, that we should think about as a council that maybe we down the road should discuss. Is when we demolish a building, they come back and they end up going into the rental market. The right of return might be an opportunity for us to make a policy decision. Is that right?
Jerry Burge, I believe that the State Ellis Act describes the parameters of the right of return, and we could certainly look and to see if there's anything separate and apart or that's not in conflict with that law, but we would certainly have to look to the Ellis Act.
Yeah, I would like to look to that and see if there's something that we can do or suggest, because to me, demolishing a building and therefore going back into rental might be the same thing that we do when we convert from a rental to a condo, and then we decide that we're going to do rental, and people do have a right to come back under the Ellis Act. Is that true?
Yes, but there are, again, parameters.
Sure, but there's nothing clear in the present law that says anything about demolitions. Is that true on that issue?
I'm sorry, Councilman, I'm no longer an Ellis Act expert. We don't have our housing attorneys here, so I'd really have to look at that.
Okay, I look forward to a report back on that. If I could ask Mr. Weiss to come up for one quick second. Hold my time. You heard the owner's representative say he's willing to meet with all of the tenants. How many are you representing?
3. Four, excuse me.
Okay, so then your 4 is one story, but the others have an opportunity under the owner's suggestion here of having an opportunity as well to speak.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. It's their choice. Now, I should say for the record that the owner, I have not been told by the owner, nor have I been told by any of the other tenants, that the owner has taken any steps to try to create the kind of arrangement that we're talking about.
Appreciate that, Mr. Weiss. Appreciate that. And last comment is to the owner's attorney, if I could just ask you that question one more time. You have mentioned, and of course I certainly appreciate you mentioning, and I do want to use my good offices, and I do want to talk to the other tenants, and I'd like to work with you in contacting those tenants and giving them the same opportunity that Mr. Weiss has provided in a certain way with your sidebar agreement, and I'd like them to look at it, see if it meets their needs, and if we can come to an agreement with them, with you, that would be a wonderful thing.
That would be fine. We're willing to work with you on that. And I do want to make one correction. I think I indicated that the side agreement indicated the right of first refusal to purchase condominium units. I don't believe that's in there. What we've said is if it's built as condominiums and rented, we would provide a right of first refusal to re-rent at market rents.
Well, very good. So that's the right of return concept that we were just talking about, and that is a wonderful thing. And as Ms. Birch is going to look into where the Ellis Act is and all this and that, and where we need to maybe go in codification, but I appreciate your leadership on that issue as well.
Thank you. Yeah, it's our position that under the Ellis Act it does not apply if the building is demolished and new units are built, but if the existing units are returned, then there isn't. Right. Thank you.
Existing tenants you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Yeah, great. Okay, Madam Chair, we've had a good discussion here, and I appreciate colleagues. Several of you have said to me, what's your thoughts? How do you feel? My feeling is this. We have 17 units with tenants in it, and as the one gentleman spoke, the opportunity to live on the west side becomes less and less possible with the reality of the pricing of land and the pricing of condos and the pricing of everything else. I'm a strong believer in keeping a middle class and a working class in the 11th District. We'll never get out of gridlock in the 11th District if we don't have all levels of society living there, because people who can't afford to live there but have to work there will continue to clog the streets. So I'm a big believer in keeping middle class community and working class people in the district. And I think what the owner is suggesting through his attorney does give me comfort that we can move forward. Last question. We cannot deny this unless the owner wants to continue the item. Is that correct? And if we wanted to continue it, he would have to agree to that.
Today is the last day to act, correct?
Mm-hmm. And you don't agree to that? Okay, so that's my discussion, and thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. There are no further speakers in the queue, so Madam Clerk, if you would open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Thank you very much. Next item.
Next is item 27. There is an amending motion on this, and that has been distributed, and there is also a card on it.
Mr. Alarcon, this is your item, I believe. We have one speaker card on this.
Yes, members, this is a simple, I want to introduce an amendment, 27A, that has been distributed that simply directs the Public Works Department, instead of the city clerk, to implement the allocation of money relative to this motion. But I also want to ask Madam Chair, I wanted to ask if we could allow the participants to make a quick 2-minute comment on this project. It's a very special project that this project, Youth Speak, has developed adjacent to Roger Jessup Park. They've actually developed a park with high school kids, and it's an amazing facility. And so I would like to ask...
Is that David Keitzman?
Yes.
Okay, David Keitzman. He's filled out a speaker card, so let him speak now.
Thank you, President and members of the Council. My name is David Keitzman, Co-Executive Director of Youth Speak Collective. We're a nonprofit group, youth-driven organization based in Pacoima. The youth in our group identify needs in the community, and then we design projects based around those needs. One of the projects that's before you is Project Youth Green. It's a 4-acre community garden and activity space based in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. It's a powerful project that has the potential to empower youth and families, beautify our community, and inspire families to live healthier lifestyles. With the unfortunate closing of the South Central Farms, the raising obesity and diabetes rates, this project is essential for our community. There's 4 components to the Project Youth Green. We have learning gardens that will provide field trips and educational opportunities for local schools. We also have fruit tree orchards, outdoor activity space, and family gardening program, which will provide 60 families with an opportunity to plant fresh fruits and vegetables in their community. So I'd like to thank everyone here, and this project would not be possible if not for the tireless effort of local families and youth, along with the generous efforts and land from the City of Los Angeles Department of Recs and Parks, also Councilmember Alarcón, and the generous efforts that everyone has put into this to make this project a priority for the city and for our community. So thank you again for your support. We're looking at a challenge grant from the Hansen Dam Environmental Awareness Fund. We're looking forward to raising additional funds to continue this project for many, many years to come.
Hello, my name is Adriana Gonzalez. I'm an interning on this project through UCLA. I'm also a resident of this community, born and raised there, and I'm very excited, and I've been privileged to be a part of this program, and I invite all council members to come get their hands dirty and see what we're talking about. This is an amazing project, and it's unique to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcón?
Members, just very quickly, this is a matching grant that comes out of the money that we derive from the Cambria Energy location at Lopez Canyon. What we're doing is providing $25,000 a year, every year, to use as a challenge grant, and hopefully they'll be able to match each of those $25,000 grants with $25,000, and the $100,000 will net $200,000. And beyond that, they will, of course, do other fundraising. But this is a city park, and it is a phenomenal thing, and I agree. It would be great if every council member could see what these kids have done. The most amazing thing is it's done by young people, and they put together some tremendous resources in turning communities that really had limited opportunities for park space to have a great opportunity, not only for park space, but usable park space for farming purposes, and that's an amazing thing in today's urban reality. So with that, I would appreciate your support so that we can pass this money on, and they can quickly get a match and do more wonderful things in the Northeast San Fernando Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alarcón. There's no further speakers in the queue. Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Next is item number 35, and there's a card on this.
All right. Speaker on item 35 is Mr. Arnold Sachs.
Good afternoon, City Council. Arnold Sachs. Very quickly, there hasn't been a housing committee meeting in several weeks, and at a previous audits and entertainment committee meeting, there was some information brought up regarding the housing department seeing a increase of 700% from the year 2003 in the number of for-profit organizations working in housing for housing funding. There's 21 nonprofits, and now there's 35 for-profits. And I was curious to know, and I would have asked this in the housing committee meeting if there had one in the upcoming schedule, but I was curious to know if there's been a discussion or a look into why the increase in the number of for-profits regarding housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. There are no speakers in the queue. Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
What's our next item?
Next item would be item number 28, and that was called special by Councilmember Parks.
Okay, Mr. Parks, you are...
Let me defer to the President here so that he can give the motions that we've...
Oh, we do have some speaker cards.
It's good. We don't... I'm losing my... We had the public hearing. I actually called it special,
right.
so, and Mr. Parks did also as well, so we will hear from him. Colleagues, this is continuing the item that we spoke about on Wednesday, which looks at our budget situation for this coming year. And I want to thank, again, the CAO's office for their very hard work on this. I want to thank the CLA's office for their very hard work. And I want to thank our budget chair, who is not only a budget hawk, he is somebody who believes very deeply in public safety in this city, and I think embodies that as much as anybody around this horseshoe. So I wanted to thank him for the good work that he's done on both those fronts. We have a united front in this city, a united front to be responsible with the money that we have, and a united front to be responsible with the public safety that we're obligated in protecting. We all around this horseshoe have done work with two different mayors to queue up a hiring plan to do everything from retooling the academy, to encourage more classes to get in there, to allocating. I remember Ms. Hahn and I working when we were on the budget committee to looking at that whole trash fee subsidy, in which people who didn't live in single-family homes essentially were subsidizing the trash collection for others. And we've worked extremely well together to ensure that we are at a place where we're going to get to a historic number of police officers in Los Angeles. That couldn't have been achieved without the leadership on this council, without Mr. Parks' leadership, before him without Mr. Pacheco, who helped queue things up as well, without each one of the members that is currently around this horseshoe, and two mayors who have really made that commitment, which reflects the commitment and the desire of the people of Los Angeles to have more police officers in a city that is still woefully under-policed. I want to thank my colleagues as well. I know we'll be hearing from her in a moment, but President Pro Tem Wendy Gruhl, who as Vice Chair of the Budget Committee too, has been really in the thick of things. In the last couple of days, she and I, Mr. Parks, Mr. Weiss, have been talking to the mayor and ensuring that that unified front that we have of making the commitment not only to hiring police officers, but making the commitment that we are responsible with our budget, that we find money to pay for things that are above and beyond what the mayor had in his original budget for this year, which the council approved. Putting more officers on our streets is essential to making this city safe and secure, and historically finding ways to fund more police has been a top priority of the council. Actually, they reached back as far as 1996, when then President John Ferraro introduced a motion to create a committee dedicated to finding mechanisms to hire new police officers. Mr. Parks, as chief, worked very diligently on those things as well. And then 2 years ago, this entire council approved a measure that raises revenue for police officers that has put us on track to hire 10,000 sworn police officers. And I think I speak for this entire council when the sooner that we hit that number for all of us, the better. That will be the first time in the history of this city. And this year, it looks like we may be in the fortunate position of having a lower than expected attrition rate from our police department, something that has not happened for several years. And we all played, I think, a significant role in making that happen by working on those innovative solutions that I mentioned for recruitment and retention. Should this trend continue, this council and this mayor will welcome more officers to our ranks, and this discussion is not really about if we will hire these officers, but how. And how do we do that responsibly? The second financial status report is an early estimation of the city's budget, and we require all departments to help us see where we're above our expectations and below our expectations. If we continue to be fortunate enough to realize a lower than expected attrition rate, then the CAO will be reporting to Council under a motion that we are introducing today, Ms. Gruhl, and Ms. Hahn, and myself, with recommendations to identify the funding sources to hire those police officers. And I want to say that as crystal clear as possible. And I see the CAO nodding her head. We will find the way to do it, but like any family, like any business, like any enterprise, that will come to us so that we can make sure that that money, where we know we're going to be taking it from, whether it's a reserve fund, whether it's cuts in other places, exactly where it comes from. But nobody is opposed to doing that action. Secondly, we have a lot of other things that are in this financial status report, and I want to thank all the members, including our chair and vice chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, because there are a number of other departments in which we have to consider overages, and we have to look at making sure this year, which is coming in extremely tight, and we still don't know what will happen with our TUT, that we are best poised to be responsible with the public's money. The motion that we put forward does two things. One of them looks at what I already mentioned, which is the CAO coming back to us with the plan of how we do the hires, if we are lucky enough to net more than the 226 that was in the mayor's budget and that we approved here in the council. Secondly, it also looks at the ongoing issue of overtime, and I want to thank the police department because they've been very diligent, and they are walking around. They have actually a PowerPoint that I would commend to all council members to understand some of the reasons we have overages in overtime at a 1994 number still. but I know that Mr. Parks has been very diligent, too, in trying to find an honest number to what that overtime is. All of us, the mayor, the council, and the PD, want that honest number because we know that we aren't pegging overtime to what our needs are. And that ongoing working group really has to tackle that with the CLA and the CAO, and that will continue that. I believe that what that will do then is building on what Mr. Weiss did, the paragraphs 13 and 11 would be taken out. Paragraph 14 would stay. I'll let Mr. Weiss talk to that, but I would move that if that was acceptable and accepted as a friendly amendment. And then the motion that Ms. Gruhl and Ms. Hahn and I have introduced will address the issues that are in the 11 and 13 in a way that makes crystal clear that we have a united front, that we want to be responsible with our money and responsible for the public safety of our community. So I urge your support of that today and encourage any conversation on other aspects as well. This isn't just about one part of this financial status report, but I know that we were able to address a number of those on Wednesday too. So thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Parks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti, for all your effort. I just want to kind of give everybody an overview of what the Budget and Finance Committee has been trying to do. Last year, we were caught by surprise because some last-minute issues came forward, hiring of people, hiring of classes, jobs that we thought were funded didn't get done. Our commitment this year for the council was to have more elaborate budget and finance hearings well in advance so that if there were going to be some major changes, we'd be making them in a 6-month period rather than a 3-month period. We did not want to get into, as we've seen in the past, I call you one and raise you 6 when it comes to police officers. All we wanted to know is what is the cost before it happens. We did not want to be in a situation where we had the last 2 years bring a motion over July or June 30th and say, we can't make our payroll, would you fix this for us? We need to know that in advance. I think it's important for all of us to realize that if the attrition is lower than what's expected and we're going to cover that amount, then what are we willing to give up? Are we willing to give up streets, sidewalks, trees, left turn signals, the repair of Griffith Park? What is it that we should do consciously, not unconsciously, that someone is imposing upon us, and then we have to make these decisions in a scramble? I think it's important that we also realize the council has some policies that are significant in its own right. We want to have a reserve fund that we think is appropriate. We want to have an emergency fund. We want to be able to put 1% in our infrastructure. And one of the things we want to make sure, as we made promises to each and every general manager that came forward, we would not destroy their budget because other people didn't stay within their budget. And so those are things that are commitments of the Budget and Finance Committee. I find that if we can find this information ahead of time and we make these decisions consciously, then it gets a chance for every council member to debate it, decide whether they want to lose sidewalks, lose trees, lose something that they see or that they've committed, because we all have to go back to the community and we have to tell them what happened to the promises from the council. And so if we get that assurance that we're going to get it early, we also need, as we get this material from the CAO, to be fully aware of what they're telling us. When they tell us a number of departments have overspent their budget, we have to ask them to come back and tell us, how do you correct that? And when they tell us that there's items in the UB that we'll never spend, we need to find out which ones are those, and if we agree, then we need to put that money back in the reserve fund so we can get closer to our 5%. And so my concerns, as we mentioned here, is that we be told early enough to make adjustments. We cannot make adjustments in this city in 3 months. It is too big of a ship turning and too large of an ocean. We need at least a 6-month period of time to make those adjustments. We need to make those decisions consciously versus that is just thrust upon us. What I'd ask that we, this Parks Smith motion that came out, I guess, yesterday was 32A is now, I guess now 28A, that we move that one because we would love to have a situation in which we separate some of the money in the contingency in the UB so that the CAO can be using it on a more day-to-day basis, but yet we also increase our reserve fund, something in the neighborhood of over $20-some million, gets us closer to the 5%. We have one verbal motion that we'd like to add under that motion 1, Roman numeral 4, that we reduce the reserve fund transfer to the budget by $22,243,000 and $250,000, which matches the previous directions in numeral 1, 2, and 3. And so that's our message. We'd like to continue. By mid-year, we're going to be bringing the council a very clear roadmap on what we need to do over the next 6 months. And it's going to be hard questions, hard issues, and that we do not have $40, $50 million laying around to be able to say we can do almost anything we want. So it's important that we follow the directions in the financial status report, because without that, we have no hope of bringing the $75 million deficit into order. Plus, we can't forget that we have a $200 million structural deficit we're trying to solve at the same time. And so I'd ask that we move the financial status report with the amendments made by Mr. Garcetti and the amendment made by Smith Parks yesterday.
Mr. City Attorney, did you want to make a comment on the record?
Just for the record, it's 28B, that is the amending Park-Smith motion.
Was yesterday or last week 32A?
Today it's 28B.
So is that correct for the record?
B, 28B.
And is there a second on this other motion?
Second by Mr. Garcetti.
What was this? This was Jack?
I just want to make sure to get the number right.
Oh, 28.
Ms. Gruhl is our next speaker.
Thank you. And I don't want to belabor the point or the points that have been made. I think that the position that we're taking today is that we are pro-police and pro-fiscal responsibility and united in that, and that the message is very clear, that we want to be able to hire as many officers as we can and as quickly as we can because of the competition that we have with surrounding cities. And we stood this morning with a great donation from Mercury Insurance, $1 million to help with some of those bonuses. We did a signing bonus, which we think is critically important. It's a tough time now to get enough police officers on the street, and we have to be able to get those offers as quickly as possible. And we want to keep that message out there that the City of Los Angeles is open for business for officers to come to the City of Los Angeles. It's the best police department in the world. It is a department that has reduced crime in the City of Los Angeles. And at the same time, we want to be able to say we are going to look to the future and see how we can ensure the fiscal responsibility. I think that it is important that we recognize we have reduced the structural deficit. We have had a budget chair who reads every single line item and every budget item in the deliberations that we have in the Budget Committee, and that we want to make sure that we move quickly ahead. As mentioned, we've been working very diligently in the last couple of days as we began the discussion on Tuesday with Mr. Weiss's motion and some of the discussions I was having about ensuring that we sent the clear message that we want to continue to hire as many officers as we possibly can. The good news is that we have hired a number of police officers, and as important is that police officers are not leaving, and the attrition rate is better than we thought. How great is that in the City of Los Angeles? That means those officers not only enjoy their job, but are doing a good job and have the experience that we think is so critically important to serve our constituencies across the City of Los Angeles. As Mr. Garcetti mentioned, that there, and thank him for his leadership, that we, in the motion that we've done, will have some, again, future report backs. Transparency and engagement and dialogue is what makes the city great. And so I look forward to us adopting the amended report and the financial status report, and thank the CAO and the CLA. They promised us every other month a financial status report, so the next one, Ms. Sisson, will be in December or January? January. So we can be able to maintain our fiscal responsibility and ensure the public that we are spending within our means, as well as hiring enough police officers for the City of Los Angeles. So I would encourage you as well to adopt that amended FSR and the motion that will be coming forward to the City Council that has been submitted to you today. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank the Council President Eric Garcetti and the President Pro Tem Wendy Gruhl for giving this issue so much of their thought and time and attention over the past couple days, and for ensuring that today we vote on my motion, and for ensuring that when we vote on my motion in a few moments, it will be successful and possibly unanimous. I very much appreciate that, Mr. Garcetti and Ms. Gruhl. The reason I put my motion in on Wednesday was very simple. I was very disturbed by what I had seen, and I did not want to put any handcuffs on that man, on Chief Bratton, when he goes out and tries to hire hundreds of new officers for our police department. And I also didn't want to put any shackles on Chief Bratton when he sends our men and women in blue out into the streets every night and keeps them out there. I thought it would be folly to limit the number of hours police officers work, and today, with this vote, it is my hope that we will not limit them. I also want to thank our mayor for standing strong this week and for ensuring that the city government will not waver in its commitment to the people of this city to hire new cops and to put and keep our cops on the street. Ms. Gruhl and Mr. Garcetti, I thank you for the motion that you are putting in today. I would request that the report backs on that motion also go to the Public Safety Committee, if that is okay with you, Council President.
We plan on, just procedurally, what you moved forward, we have altered today, as I know you've accepted as a friendly amendment.
I've accepted your friendly amendment.
And it's going forward as a Rule 16, so that would go forward the instruction and be sent to the committees, and we'll send them to both committees.
Thank you. Well, the Rule 16 will be the new motion that was introduced today by yourself and Ms. Gruhl, and I appreciate having report backs on that to Public Safety as well. Your friendly amendment was to my motion, which was on the desk here today, which we will vote on today.
And we have a third amendment that is introduced by Mr. Parks and myself to ensure that in paragraph 13, the other departments don't get lost, because we have a lot of other departments besides the police department that are covered by the CAO in this report, and that's included in an amending motion as well.
And I just want to make clear that the motion that I accepted your friendly amendment on to strike 11 and to strike LAPD from 13, we will vote on that today.
Correct.
The report backs on your new motion will go to Public Safety as well as Budget and Finance.
Correct.
And indeed, Mr. President, I'd request that enough for there. I appreciate all of that, and I think it's a very good way for this debate to end, for all of us to end it in support of the LAPD and of our increased hiring goals. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Alarcon.
Members, I try to keep my comments to a minimum around here, particularly when it has to do with issues related to messaging. And I think that that's exactly what we're doing today. We just had a major messaging issue that I felt was necessary, and I weighed in on because I thought it was important for us to send that message. And as much as I agree with Mr. Weiss that this is a great way to end this debate, I frankly think it's a sad fact that we even entered into this debate in the first place, because it is about messaging. The fact is, we should never have allowed the press to get any kind of message that we would reduce our police budget whatsoever, whether it's reducing the hiring authority of the chief, or whether it's changing the number, which threw everybody into a whirlwind of confusion. But in some way, we message that we might consider reducing the police force. So I'm weighing in to make it very, very clear. I would never have voted for anything that would have sent even a message, nor would I have supported anything that would have reduced the opportunities to increase the police force as the council has provided for in the budget. I absolutely believe that would be not only political suicide, but it would reduce the public safety in Los Angeles. And I believe also that when it comes to the positive messages that are coming out of Los Angeles, there is nothing more positive than the fact that crime is being reduced. This is not the time to talk about reducing police services. This is the time to forge ahead with the agenda, and everybody agrees that reduction in crime is, I think, our greatest accomplishment in the last year. And so let's put this thing to rest. Let's do the workout that President Garcetti has recommended. Let's move beyond this notion. I respect the idea of everybody communicating, and I hope everybody does communicate. But let's stay away from negative messages that might imply, infer, give the Daily News more fodder to enjoy the passion of destroying the city of Los Angeles, and focus on positive messages. Crime reduction is a positive message. Building our police resources is a positive message. Reducing crime is the ultimate positive message that the voters of Los Angeles and the communities want to hear. Let's keep that message going.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. And for procedural clarification, Council President Garcetti.
Which has been circulated was the motion that Mr. Parks, myself, and Ms. Gruhl introduced on the other departments. This actually isn't, this is misstamped. We're introducing this as something which modifies the report that's before us, because this needs to move forward for the other departments to get to work. Okay. That's number 78. And it says just move the CA and CLA work with the mayor to report on eliminating the current projected deficits as identified in attachment 14 of the second financial status report for every department except the LAPD, because that's been addressed in the motion that Ms. Gruhl and I put forward. So it's just a procedural clarification that is not a new motion to be sent to committee. That's incorporated into the budget. Into the budget and finance report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Rosendahl.
I must say, when I was a candidate for this office about 3 years ago, one of the issues that I brought up was we don't have enough officers, period. And in my district, the 11th district, thanks to the fact we don't have as many violent crimes as other districts, we even have less officers than what we feel is adequate for us. When we did the garbage tax bit, which of course we can't directly tie it in, the point was, as I projected it to my constituents, folks, you're going to pay a little more for the garbage, but I can tell you we're going to hire a lot more cops, and we need to hire a lot more cops. What I'm thrilled about, Chief, is the morale of the officers, the feelings people get on the street about it, the safety feelings we all now have. But right now, the fact that you're able to get people to join the police department, and the momentum is on our side to hire more officers, is absolutely fantastic. Frankly, our mayor says 10,000 officers. I personally think we should get to 12,000 while I'm still in this seat, and I hope that happens over the next few years, because I would like to see the 11th district have more officers there protecting my constituents as well. So I'm just delighted that people were able to work out whatever they had to work out here. But the bottom line is we got to keep the momentum going. We need to hire more men and women into the blue uniform and keep our city in the right direction, which is getting safer, thanks to the leadership of Chief Bratton and his leadership team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I wasn't going to speak on this item, but after I heard Jack Weiss say his bit about this, I was upset that he characterized what was occurring yesterday in the debate with the staff and the members of the council and whatever was happening back here. It was not in any way about reducing the number of officers, and it was not in any way about reducing the commitment that the mayor and the council concurred with how many officers we will hire and how many officers we will have on the force at the end of the budget year. That's not what it was about at all. This council remains committed, but at the same time, unlike the police department or the parks department or any department within the city, this is the body that is responsible for budgeting for the entire city of Los Angeles. If one particular department goes over budget, the city is affected. And this is the body that every single department is supposed to come forward to and say, we are out of line on our budget. Or to concur and say, we are within our budget. So the debate that is going on yesterday and today is not about pro-cop or more cops or less cops. It's a budget matter. It's a budget matter. Nothing that was discussed yesterday on the proposal by the Budget Committee was in any way going to affect the ability to hire police officers immediately. It was an appropriate debate that's happening earlier than ever in this city about how we make sure that we are able to continue our priorities. And our number one priority has been and does remain our police force and public safety. This is the problem that I have when people make political speeches and try to get off point. This just happened to be there right next to the copier, and it's a guy standing there with his pointer, and there's a chalkboard, and it says 56% can't do the math. And the other half, 54% won't do the math. The debate is about the math. It's about making sure that we, as responsible elected officials, the body in the city of Los Angeles that actually votes on the budget and creates the budget, does the math. Not only do we have to do the math, we have to mind the store, and we have to continue to do the math. And we call departments forward to make sure that they're doing the math, so that we don't get any surprises and at the end of the year say, oh my gosh, we have 2 more months left in the year, and this department is over budget by $5 million, or this department's over budget by $50 million. Guess what? We failed to do our job. What we're talking about is this council doing its job. And I take exception if anybody, elected or not, tries to make it seem like this debate is about not having our commitments in order and not keeping our commitments. That's not what it's about. And props to Bernard Parks for doing his job as the chairman of the Budget Committee, the Math Committee for the City of Los Angeles.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Garcetti. All right, thank you. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Madam President. Chief, I think it was just a few days ago you were sworn in for your second term, and we welcome you to squabble what the headline in the paper says, LAPD hiring squabble escalates. Not a real good warm welcome for your second 5-year term, where we want to provide with you the resources and your command staff the resources to protect the people of Los Angeles. Clearly, we're understaffed in the law enforcement of LAPD. Right now, people want to join the LAPD. And what I have seen in my 39 years with the City of Los Angeles is it comes and goes. And while they're there, we bring them in. And that trend doesn't always continue. We need to seize that opportunity to bring them in. And while attrition may be down today, it may not be down tomorrow. So we need to bolster those numbers, and if we get 10,000 or 11,000, and as our population grows, look around the city, just look in downtown Los Angeles and see how many residential units are being built out of the old office buildings. How many more people are going to be living in this city? What are the projections for new population? We need to have more officers. We need to find the funds to make that happen. But it troubles me, and I'm sure it troubles the people of Los Angeles, when they see LAPD hiring squabble escalates. We don't need to squabble about what is the essential service. And you can pave the streets and fix the sidewalks and trim the trees and pick up the trash if you've got people in the communities to do that. But if they leave the city, obviously, public safety is a major issue, why they would leave the city. So, Chief, welcome back for the next 5 years. Hopefully you won't have to go through this ordeal constantly. And I think that when these issues escalate, come out in the press, it shows that we're trying to undermine or fight what you're trying to do to protect the people of Los Angeles. I think that the vote of support for you in this council and with the mayor is to let you run this organization. And my knowledge of the department has always been underfunded, and then when it comes down the road, funds are appropriated. You never know how much overtime you're going to use. You never know what's going to happen. We just had these recent fires where the firefighters worked for extensive hours. Our police officers worked extensive hours. We don't know what natural disasters are going to strike. You can't put that in the budget. So we need to work with the mayor's office to make sure you've got the resources. And it's all about the resources to address the issues of this city, whether it's in Wendy Gruhl's district or my district or any of the 15 districts in the city of Los Angeles. So I think this headline, while it draws attention, it sends the wrong message. I don't think we need to squabble about the hiring. We're committed to it. And the thing that also troubles me, we talk about a bait and switch, and we talk about the voters voting something and issuing something to them and then changing it. That is deception, and we don't need to be deceptive. We talk about open, transparent government here in the city of Los Angeles. We need to continue that trend and help you with your command staff, that I see most of the command staff here because of this important issue that you need to run this organization to provide public safety. And we go to other cities, we see officers everywhere. We come to Los Angeles, and the mention that you made a long time ago was there was a sighting, a police officer, a police car sighting. We need to see more sightings. We're not going to see more sightings if we don't have more people on the street. So you've got my support in this, and I think that this compromise that was worked out brings it all together. But to squabble between this council and the mayor's office and put the chief in the center doesn't benefit anyone. So, Chief, 5 more years, hopefully happier days. Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, and I know that you were doing research in Italy with some Italian officers you mentioned earlier, so we appreciate the work that you were doing on behalf of the city. That was an insult, that was a nice thing. In conclusion, colleagues, I just want to say the following, that we have before us a plan that we have to look at with our eyes wide open. I just talked with the CAO. While it's easy for us to commit because there is the commitment to more police officers, we are potentially talking about above and beyond the money that we have from ending the trash subsidy in this city. We don't have the exact number right now, and I know the CIO's office is working on it, but it's safe to say it was somewhere around the 226 officers that the mayor's budgeted this year, which the council approved, that was added to this year's budget from the increase in the trash fee or the ending of that subsidy. So anybody who's been looking at that issue and claiming somehow that they're moving shell games, we are not only at that point, we're talking about going above and beyond. So we are adding more police officers from money that we did not bring in, and we'll have to make very hard decisions around that. But I've heard this horseshoe articulated enough times that they don't want to lose that opportunity of making those hires. And that's not a compromise today. That's just reiterating the values of this council, the values of this mayor, the values of this city. We have to, though, also, and I was speaking with Mr. Reyes about this earlier, and Mr. Cardenas, too, we have made other commitments that a 15% equivalent, not from the trash fees, but a 15% equivalent go towards crime prevention and intervention programs. I know the chief is very supportive of that as well, that all the efforts that Ms. Hahn is doing for an initiative for next year to look at funding those prevention programs at a higher level are going to be critically important for us to make the commitment not just to dealing with crime at the front end, but at the back end. Before it even starts, we can save ourselves lots of money in doing that. But today we have something which makes that commitment to all Angelenos above and beyond what our earlier commitment was. Not just to take the money from our trash fee increase and put that directly into hiring new officers, but we might have a banner year where we get even more officers than we expected. And we will hire them, but we will have to make those decisions like any family, like any business does, within our budget, and that's what we're voting on here today. We wanted to make sure that all of you also knew moving forward, we are voting on the budget report. All the modifications that have been made, Mr. Weiss, Ms. Gruhl, myself, Mr. Parks, those changes are part of the report and have been accepted, so it is a single vote on that. A second motion has been introduced as a Rule 16 by Ms. Gruhl and I, seconded by Ms. Hahn. That will come to us in 2 council meetings, and we will send that to the 2 committees to continue the good work on the how, not the if, on the hiring. And thank you all to, again, our CAO, CLA, our budget chair. Thank you, the chief, for being here, and thank you for the good work on this. I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. No further speakers in the queue. Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll? All right, would you please go through the motions that are on the table?
There's no motion. Just to reiterate, we're voting just on the budget report. It's been modified by the motion you made. It's been modified by a motion that Mr. Parks made, and it's been modified by a second motion, oral, that Mr. Parks made. So we're voting on that report. Secondly, there's a Rule 16 that we have introduced that is germane to this topic that will be with us in 2 meetings.
Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
Next is item 26, and that was called special by Councilmember Garcetti.
Mr. Garcetti, we're on item 26 now.
Thank you. Just briefly on this, thank you, Madam President. I call this special because I know it's captured the imagination of many of our Hollywood stakeholders and something that's relevant throughout the city, which is the importance of looking for green space. In Hollywood, there is a daring kind of visionary plan that we are pushing forward with, and today we are voting on providing funding for the initial studies to build a park above the 101 freeway where the Hollywood freeway is below grade. This would be a multi-acre park. It's actually cheaper to build, we believe, a park in thin air than it is to buy the acreage in Hollywood now, which is just crazy. That's how expensive land is. But in the most densely populated, or one of the most densely populated areas of Los Angeles, the capacity for us to have a wonderful stretch of green space that comes right off of Hollywood Boulevard and is a place where people can come and see concerts, come and recreate, come and find that green space and reunify both halves of Hollywood is something that we're very much looking forward to. So we appreciate your aye vote today. I want to thank Mr. Labange, who's been part of this discussion as well. I know he's not with us today, but thank you. And I think there's other parts of the city we should be looking at the same thing. Up here, linking El Pueblo with the Civic Center. The freeway is below grade. That would be a wonderful place, and I know Mr. Pacheco had looked at that. The 10 freeway is below grade a couple places. Let's create parks where nobody thought them imaginable. There are over 100 of them in the country, including one just at the end of the 2 freeway, and we can have one in the heart of Hollywood, too. So thank you.
Great idea. Great.
Mr. Reyes.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to stand and applaud my colleague. When we look at the historical significance of this, many communities were split apart. Many communities basically were subjugated to wholesale displacement. And what you're doing, Councilman Garcetti, is not only an environmental issue, open space issue, but it's a justice issue. Just think, some places in Boyle Heights, some places in Lincoln Heights, all the neighborhoods that were basically mowed over back when there's no representation of those communities will have some healing. And the freeways will allow us if we can catch. So the multiplicity benefits here is not only the obvious in terms of the greatness, but also the restoration of communities that were essentially penalized for not having a voice. So that is, I thought, an important point to make for our members and our constituents who still have the grandfathers and the elders who remember when they lost their homes, and just maybe be able to walk on space that once was theirs and have their grandchildren enjoy those parks. So thank you for that, Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. Madam Clerk, would you please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote?
11 ayes.
Next item.
Next item is item 40, and that's called by a card.
All right. Major Johnson filled out a card on item 40. Mr. Major Johnson. I don't see anyone coming forward to speak on that item. There are no speakers in the queue. So, Madam Clerk, if you would please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Madam President, we have, Council has excuses on, there's motions for posting and referral.
All right. Those motions are posted and referred.
There are also excuses on the desk.
Did you want to go through them?
Councilmember Gruhl requests to leave at 11 a.m. on December 11th for city business. This meets policy.
Okay. Without objection.
Councilmember Weiss requests to be excused on November 27th and to arrive at 10:45 a.m. on December 12th and 18th for personal business. A motion is required.
Councilmember Rosendahl moves. Mr. Garcetti seconds.
Councilmember Perry requests to arrive at 10:30 a.m. on November 30th and to leave at 10:30 a.m. on December 14th for city business. A motion is required.
Mr. Garcetti moves. Is that clear the desk?
And that clears the desk.
All right. Thank you very much. That clears the desk. Members, any announcements? Any announcements of a business nature? Yes. First, Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. First, I'd like to acknowledge my daughter Alina, who's here. Say hello, Alina. Say hi. So, welcome back, Dennis. In addition to that, we have a Veterans Day announcement, and I'll try to make it brief. We're going to have our 5th annual Veterans Day vigil, candlelight vigil celebration, and it's called Generations of Heroes on Sunday, November 11th at the San Fernando Valley Municipal Building Plaza, which is located at 14410 Sylvan Street in Van Nuys. VIP dinner reception for the veterans and their families will be serving food under the authentic mess tent that will start at 4 p.m. and the general public is invited to attend the candlelight vigil ceremony, which will begin at 6:30 p.m. Like I said, I'll keep it brief, but for those of you who don't know where Sylvan Street is, it's in the Van Nuys Civic Center, as we call it, which is on the corner of Sylvan and Van Nuys. And for those of you who know where the courts are, because I'm sure you do jury duty, that's what I mean by that, it's where the courts are in Van Nuys, right there on Sylvan and Van Nuys. Please, please, this Sunday, you're all welcome to honor our current heroes who are in the military and those who served before. And 4 p.m. Is the food and celebration will start, and then at 6:30 we'll have the candlelight vigil. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Alarcon.
Keeping on the theme of Veterans Day, we are very pleased to announce the 4th annual Veterans Day Parade in the 7th Council District. This was, I think, the brainchild of Fred Flores and Congressman Berman's office, and it has resulted in thousands of people coming out to celebrate veterans. I would ask all veterans to come to the parade in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. It will begin at 11 o'clock. At the corner of Laurel Canyon and Mission, and will end at Richie Valens Park. And so this is an opportunity for us to pay appropriate tribute not only to veterans who have served us in the past, but obviously it's an opportunity for us to recognize soldiers that we have right now who are fighting on our behalf. And recognize in this particular parade, we'll be recognizing their families as well, who are serving in their own way, albeit here. So that, again, will be on Veterans Day in the Mission Hills area.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Reyes.
So, 2 announcements. One is that the Buckley School of Art Department presents Reflections, high school students revisualizing the Alley River. This traveling art exhibit features works from high school students inspired by Alley River revitalization efforts. The exhibit opens tonight at 6:30 and my Council District 1 Field Office, 164 South Avenue 24, Room 202. It will travel to Councilmember Huizar's office, Councilmember Labange, Councilmember Garcetti's field offices. It will culminate at the City Hall Bridge Gallery from July 30th through August 29th. For information, call 473-7001 at the website www.alleyriver.org. My second announcement is to invite everyone to the Cypress Park Veterans Memorial event. It'll be at Cypress Park, the corner of Cypress Avenue and Pepper Avenue. It's a great event in that a lot of local folks who have been essentially organizing parents, veterans, young people, trying to show what value means in terms of dedication, commitment to our country, and questioning the ugly violence that happens when youngsters shoot each other over monikers and names of streets. I invite you all to join us on this great Veterans Day event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Rosendahl?
Just to share with folks here, we all know Joe Sorrell and Lee Sorrell. His son, Steve Bullock, is getting married on Saturday to Irina, and he's asked me to officiate, so I'm going to be performing the marriage, which is the first I've ever done, but with somebody that I know quite well, Steve Bullock. He used to work for me at Century Cable and Group W Cable, and he asked me to marry him, so it's going to be fun, and he's a great guy, and Irina is a great lady, so looking forward to that wedding Saturday morning at 11:30.
Thank you. No further announcements. Would you all please rise for adjourning tributes? Mr. Alarcon.
You mean that in the nicest way?
Council members, I would like to ask that we adjourn in the name of Ana de la Rosa. Ana de la Rosa is my sister's mother-in-law. She is the mother of Art Rodriguez, not the farm worker President, but my brother-in-law, Art Rodriguez. And I can tell you that at 89 years old, she passed away after living in Los Angeles since 1933. She was the consummate volunteer. I mean, she was very passionate about her concerns for the community, and she was also an activist, way into her 80s, and was out there at many demonstrations, everything from ending wars, many of them, to fighting for civil rights and justice, including Free Nelson Mandela movement and the anti-apartheid movement. I've known her since I was just a teenager, and I can tell you that she was a very nice woman, salt of the earth, working class, average person who believed in giving everything she could to fight for our country's civil rights. And so she was a very nice woman. She is survived by 3 sons, Ralph, Art, and Renee, 2 daughters, Stella and Marina, and 10 grandchildren, 12 great-grandchildren, 4 great-great-grandchildren, and a very close friend in the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you. I'd like to ask us to adjourn in memory of Roz Scherer. Sad to say that a wonderful woman, Roz Scherer, has passed away. She was Director of Student Relations at the UCLA Alumni Association. She spent her career helping UCLA students develop into fine young adults. Over the years, she touched many lives, actually hundreds of students, serving as a mentor, a counselor, and a friend. She also directed and inspired hundreds of alumni volunteers who gave countless hours to enrich the lives of UCLA students. She died peacefully on Wednesday, November 7th at West Hills Hospital with her family by her side. She maintained her intellect, her humor, and her dignity to the end. Her funeral will be this Sunday at 10 a.m. at Eden Memorial Park, Sepulveda Boulevard, and Rinaldi in Mission Hills.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I'd like us to adjourn today in the memory of David Talashe, Jr., who was a combat pilot during World War II. Apparently he flew even to the final months of his life, but he was also a businessman, and many of you have maybe gone to his restaurants. He got the idea early on to develop theme-type restaurants, and one of his restaurants was the Proud Bird that's on the final flight path at LAX, and it's a very unusual restaurant. You sit there and actually watch the planes land. He also developed the Polynesian-themed Reef restaurant in Long Beach. He also did the Portugal restaurant in our Portugal village in San Pedro, and also had developed Shanghai Reds in Marina del Rey, which was kind of a South Sea Islands restaurant. So he actually, before it was even popular, he decided that theme-type restaurants would draw crowds, not just for the good food, but for the interesting ambiance that provided. He leaves he's survived by his wife Carol, a daughter Catherine of Wyoming, and 3 sons, William of San Pedro, John of Newport Beach, and James of Wyoming. Don't have time to read all of what was in the Daily Breeze today, but he was a very, very interesting, again, a World War II combat pilot, a good businessman, and someone who really, I believed, helped the areas in which he developed his restaurants. Some of those obviously are still standing today and are still attracting great crowds.
Thank you.
We recently hosted a reception for National League of Cities Immigration Task Force at the Proud Bird, and it's interesting the photos that they've collected, all the different wars, all the different personnel. It's an incredible collection. People should stop by that Proud Bird and see it, but an incredible collection of memorabilia at that particular location. We were just there recently.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Madam President, I want to thank Ms. Gruhl for giving me the pleasure to make this sad announcement, but I've known this gentleman for a long time. His name is Dr. Scott Hitt, officially Dr. R. Scott Hitt. I've known him for like 30 years. He died yesterday. He's an AIDS specialist, and he was the first openly gay person to head a presidential advisory board, and he died of colon cancer in his home in West Hollywood. He was chairman of the Presidential Advisory Council on HIV and AIDS during President Clinton's administration in the 90s. Scott's legacy was drawing AIDS to the attention of the president. He was not afraid of challenging the president about what would make good public policy. When Clinton released a set of goals in December of 1996 that called for a cure, a vaccine, and a guarantee of equality care for AIDS patients, hit press for more measures to stem the rapid spread of the disease among intravenous drug users. He criticized the Clinton administration for its reluctance to fund needle exchange programs, which he said were proven to prevent the spread of AIDS. And I might add, Mayor Reardon of Los Angeles bit the bullet on it and did that, which was a great move and has saved lives in the Los Angeles city area. As the number of AIDS-related deaths declined after the event of virus-fighting drugs, HIT focused his activism on gay and lesbian issues. While battering cancer, he continued with his activism and started a foundation to promote activism in the gay and lesbian community. A memorial service will be held in All Saints Parish in Beverly Hills in December. He is survived by his companion of 27 years, Alex Colazar, and his sisters, Alana Hoffman and Heather Martin. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl, and I would also like to add my name, and I think Ms. Gruhl would like to say a few words about Dr. Hitt.
To add, and I thought it was appropriate for Ms. Rosendahl to be able to adjourn in Dr. Scott Hitt's honor. I had the pleasure of meeting him in 1985 when we created the first city-county AIDS task force with the mayor, and he was one of the outspoken advocates, had the position of being both a doctor and an activist and a knowledge base that was critically important at some of those early times. And his advocacy, sometimes which he was criticized for, was the right thing to do, to speak out. And so it's very sad. I had heard just a week or so ago when I was with the mayor, because he had heard as well that he was back in the hospital and having challenges, and sending our best wishes to his family and others, and to just recognize him for his amazing leadership over the years on the issue of AIDS.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gruhl. No further adjourning motions. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? The meeting is adjourned.